They say some rules are best left unbroken. Here at night, Creepypasta Rules. We explore what happens when they are. Welcome to your weekly fix of the finest, most unnerving Creepypasta Rules horror. This isn't just a video. It's a dare. And tonight's collection culminates in a twist so insidious you'll be replaying it in your mind long after the screen goes dark. Trust me, you need to see this one through to its chilling conclusion. What rules do you think are unbreakable? Let the shadows know in the comments. And if you're drawn to the darkness, if you seek thrills that linger, then subscribe. Become part of the night. Steel your nerves. The stories are waiting. And the ending is worth the feat. My name is Nate Carter, and back then, $10,000 sounded like salvation wrapped in a greasy, anonymity-promising envelope. Just enough to keep the eviction wolves from gnawing through my flimsy apartment door for another desperate month. That's why I found myself signing the waiver for the Blackwood Passage Challenge, a so-called psychological endurance test being filmed, or so they claimed, in some condemned, sprawling Gothic monstrosity on the forgotten weed-choked fringes of Boston, a place that reeked of old sorrows and even older, more insidious secrets. They handed us a liability release thicker than a small-town phone book, a cheap, buzzing headcam that probably recorded more static than fear. And then, just before a heavy, echoing steel door clanged shut behind our group of hopefuls, a small, surprisingly clean laminated card. On it, 3 cryptic rules for traversing a single, impossibly long, dimly lit corridor that one of the shadowy, voice-distorted organizers had warned with an unsettling, almost lip-licking grin, had a nasty, well-documented habit of stretching in a direct, horrifying proportion to the intensity of your fear. And the first rule, the one about not acknowledging any blood that might happen to drip from the ceiling, sounded like a particularly sick, theatrical joke. Right up until poor, already trembling Jenna Hayes from Group B, the one who looked like she'd cry if a light bulb flickered, wiped a thick, glistening crimson smear from her cheek with a small, choked scream, and the very walls of the corridor around us seemed to inhale her, the sounds swallowed by a sudden, lengthening darkness. And no hero, no thrill-seeker. Just a 27-year-old DoorDash driver trying to keep my head above the rising tide of overdue bills. My only real trauma was the soul-crushing banality of my existence, a monotonous loop of lukewarm deliveries and instant ramen. So, when the cryptic online aid for Blackwood popped up, promising a hefty cash prize for navigating a challenging, immersive environment, my skepticism was quickly overridden by the louder voice of my empty wallet. The Blackwood Asylum itself was a nightmare, etched in granite and stained brick, its turrets like grasping claws against the bruised twilight sky. The initial briefing room, deep within its bowels, was a cavernous domed chamber, cold and dilapidated, smelling pungently of dust, age-old mildew, and a faint, sharp, almost antiseptic tang that made my nostrils flare. The organizers remained disembodied voices, distorted and amplified through ancient, crackling speakers, their words emphasizing mental fortitude, emotional resilience, and repeatedly strict, unquestioning adherence to the provided protocols. Our group, Group C, was a motley assembly of about 8 souls, each with their own brand of quiet desperation or loud bravado. Key among them, I quickly noted, was Luke Farrow. He was perhaps in his early 30s, with a neat, almost academic appearance, horn-rimmed glasses, a sensible haircut, a calm, articulate way of speaking. He quickly positioned himself as a voice of reason, a supportive, level-headed presence, offering quiet words of encouragement and a reassuring smile that almost seemed genuine. Then there was Sadie Winters, younger, maybe 23, with wide, intelligent eyes behind slightly askew glasses. A hand-knitted, brightly colored sweater that seemed out of place in the oppressive gloom, and a battered notebook she was already scribbling furiously in. She introduced herself as a folklore student, here for the experiential research. Marcus Riley, who insisted we call him Tank, was an over-muscled, loudmouthed caricature of machismo, already boasting about his amateur meat record and scoffing at the spooky bullshit. And then there was Jenna Hayes, the one I mentioned, from a different group, but one whose orientation overlapped with ours in that echoing chamber. She was visibly trembling from the outset, her eyes darting nervously, clearly only here because she needed the money even more desperately than I did. We were each given our headcam, its single red recording light already blinking ominously, and then the laminated card. Corridor Theta. Protocols for passage. This level requires you to walk a corridor that grows longer the more afraid you become. Don't acknowledge by word, gesture, or sustained gaze any blood that may drip from the ceiling or appear on the wall's floor. If a door appears in the corridor that wasn't there before, do not attempt to open it or interact with it in any way. If you hear your own exact footsteps seemingly duplicating and following you from behind, run. Do not stop. Do not look back. Tank snorted. Blood from the ceiling. What is this amateur night at the haunted house? Jenna just looked physically ill. Sadie was already copying the rules into her notebook, her brow furrowed in concentration. Luke Farrow offered a calm, reassuring smile. Just a bit of psychological priming, I imagine. Standard fear tactics. We stick together, focus on the objective, and we'll be fine. His voice was a soothing balm. Nate Carter, me. I just felt a cold knot tighten in my gut. My delivery driver instincts, honed by navigating sketchy neighborhoods at 3 a.m., were screaming. Assess the route. Note the exits. Trust your gut when things feel off. Everything about this felt off. A klaxon blared, making us all jump. A section of the far wall slid open, with a groan of tortured metal, revealing a long, impossibly narrow corridor, its far end lost in a dim, flickering gloom. This was Corridor Theta. The air that billowed out was frigid, carrying a heavy metallic scent, like old rust and something else. Something vaguely organic and Swedish, like overripe fruit left to rot in a damp cellar. Route C. Your passage commences now. The distorted voice boomed from the speakers. Remember the protocols. The warden is always watching. As we took our first hesitant steps into the oppressive passage, the heavy steel door sliding shut behind us with a sound of absolute finality. A single, viscous drop of dark, glistening liquid splashed onto the grimy concrete floor just ahead of Jenna Hayes, who was still with us, a last-minute addition to our group. Due to a scheduling anomaly, it was undeniably, unmistakably blood. Thick, dark, fresh. Jenna let out a small, stifled gasp, her hand flying to her mouth. Tank muttered. Predictable special effects. Luke Farrow, his voice calm and steady, said, Rule 1. Everyone. Eyes forward. Focus on the far end. But as he spoke, I could have sworn I saw the walls of the corridor subtly, almost imperceptibly, breathe, and the flickering light at the corridor's distant terminus seemed to recede, just a fraction, further into the encroaching darkness. The blood began to drip with a more insistent, unnerving regularity. Sporadic at first, a single crimson tear here, a small splatter there, then evolving into a slow, steady, almost rhythmic plink. Plink! Plink from the unseen, sweating ceiling onto the cracked concrete floor. Each drop seemed to land with a small, wet sigh. Some were thin and watery, a pale, rusty pink. Others were thick, black, and tar-like, smelling faintly of iron and decay. The metallic scent in the air intensified, becoming cloying, almost suffocating. Tank, true to his bravado, made a show of deliberately striding through a fresh patch of splatters, leaving crimson footprints in his wake, a smirk on his face. Jenna, however, was a wreck, her movements jerky, her eyes darting upwards constantly despite herself, her breath coming in shallow, panicked gasps as she tried, and often failed to avoid the falling drops. Nate. Me. I just gritted my teeth, focused on the peeling paint of the wall to my left, and kept walking, forcing myself to treat the crimson rain as nothing more than a leaky, rusty pipe. But a cold dread was coiling in my stomach, a primal revulsion that had nothing to do with logic. The corridor did not seem to be getting any shorter. If anything, the flickering caged bulb that marked its supposed end seemed to remain stubbornly, infuriatingly distant, a mocking beacon in the oppressive gloom. Then it happened. A particularly large, thick glob of dark, viscous blood, almost the consistency of cooling tar, detached itself from a rusted conduit overhead and landed squarely on Jenna Hayes' upturned, terrified face, splattering across her cheek and into her cheek, already wide, panicked eye. She screamed. A raw, piercing, animalistic sound of pure, unadulterated terror. Her hands flew to her face, instinctively wiping at the repulsive smear, smearing it further. Oh God, it's in my eye. Get it off me, as she screamed, as she acknowledged the blood in the most visceral way possible. The corridor around us seemed to react. A low, guttural groan, like the sound of immense, stressed metal, echoed from the very walls. The dim lights flickered violently, then pulsed with a sickening reddish hue. The walls themselves seemed to darken, to close in, and for a horrifying instant, I could have sworn I saw them pulsing, as if the corridor itself were a vast, fleshy gullet. Jenna stumbled, her eyes rolling back in her head, a choked gurgle escaping her lips. Then, the concrete floor under her, beneath her feet rippled, shimmered, and became momentarily, terrifyingly insubstantial, like a surface of dark, viscous quicksand. She was sucked downwards with a horrifying, slurping finality. Her last choked scream, swallowed by the suddenly solidifying floor, leaving only a dark, rapidly spreading stain on the concrete and the lingering coppery stench of her fear. The corridor, visibly, undeniably, stretched. The far end, the flickering caged bulb, receded by at least another 50 feet, plunging further into the gloom. Tank stared, his face ashen, his bravado completely gone. Zadie was scribbling frantically in her notebook, her knuckles white, muttering about liminal architecture and fear-based spatial distortion. Luke Farrow's face was a mask of carefully constructed sorrow. A tragic lapse in protocol, he murmured, his voice soft. The warden, it does not tolerate direct acknowledgement of its effluvia. Shaken to our core, the three of us, Nate, Luke, Sadie, pressed on, the silence now heavier, more menacing, punctuated only by our own ragged breathing and the incessant mocking plink. Plink, plink, plink of the crimson rain. Suddenly, on a section of blank, grimy wall to our right, a section we were all sure had been solid, featureless concrete just moments before, a door appeared. It was old, incongruous, made of dark, weathered wood, with a single, tarnished brass doorknob and no other discernible features. It looked like it had been ripped from a Victorian sin and crudely inserted into the asylum's decaying flesh. Tank, or what was left of his bravado, now curdled into a reckless, desperate energy, immediately veered towards it. Maybe this is a way out, he croaked, his voice tight. A shortcut. Anything's better than this bloody hallway. He reached for the knob. Tank, no. Luke's voice was calm but firm, an iron rod of reason in the rising tide of our fear. He stepped forward, placing a restraining hand on Tank's arm. Rule 2. Remember? If a door appears in the corridor that wasn't there before, do not attempt to open it or interact with it in any way. We stick to the rules. That's how we get through this. That's how we beat the warden. His tone was impeccable, reassuring, the voice of a leader. But as he spoke, as he calmly recited the rule, I saw it, just for a fraction of a second, before his usual placid mask slipped back into place, a fleeting, almost imperceptible glint in his eyes. It wasn't concern. It wasn't reassurance. It was something else. Something cold. Something that looked chillingly like satisfaction. As we continued our grim, seemingly endless trek, Sadie, her voice a low, trembling whisper, leaned closer to me. Nate, the blood. Did you notice the pattern of the drips? It changed right after Jenna screamed. It became more localized around where she fell. Almost targeted. She shivered. In this corridor, the way it stretches, it's not just random. It's responding to specific emotional spikes. Particularly fear. And perhaps despair. She glanced nervously back at the spot where Jenna had vanished. I think this corridor isn't just a passage. It is... The oppressive weight of Corridor Theta was becoming unbearable. Every shadow seemed to writhe with unseen menace. Every drip of blood echoed like a gunshot in the suffocating silence. The flickering, caged bulb at the far end remained an infuriatingly distant, mocking promise of an exit that never seemed to get any closer. Our fear was a palpable thing now. A fourth presence in the corridor, cold and cloying. Tank was a shadow of his former self. His bravado had been stripped away layer by bloody layer, leaving behind a raw, twitching nerve of pure terror. He kept muttering to himself, his eyes darting wildly. Zadie, though visibly pale and shaken, clung to her academic curiosity like a life raft, her pen flying across the pages of her notebook, trying to impose some kind of rational order on the irrational horror unfolding around us. Luke Farrow remained the anchor, his voice a constant, low murmur of encouragement, of reminders to adhere to the protocols, his calm and infuriating, almost inhuman counterpoint to our fraying sanity. Yet, his reassurances now sounded thinner to me, rehearsed. His eyes, when he thought I wasn't looking, held a strange, watchful intensity that had nothing to do with shared fear. We'd been walking for what felt like hours, though the cheap digital watch on my wrist insisted only 47 minutes had passed since we'd entered. The blood still dripped, a relentless, hideous metronome counting down to... What? Suddenly, Tank, who was walking a few paces ahead, froze mid-stride. He held up a trembling hand. Shh. Did you guys hear that? He whispered, his voice cracking. We all stopped, straining our ears. The only sound was the incessant plink, plink of the blood, and our own ragged breathing. Hear what, Tank? Luke asked, his voice calm, patient. Footsteps. Tank breathed, his eyes wide with a fresh, stark terror. Behind us, coming this way. Silence. Then we all heard it. From down the long, dark stretch of corridor we had just traversed, the section now lost in oppressive gloom behind us, came the distinct, unmistakable sound of footsteps. Not just any footsteps, our footsteps. The exact rhythm, the same number of distinct treads. 3 sets echoing our own. My heavy work boots, Sadie's lighter, quicker step, Luke's measured, even gait. It was a perfect, horrifying mimicry. Rule 3. If you hear your own exact footsteps seemingly duplicating and following you from behind, run. Do not stop. Do not look back. Primal, unthinking panic erupted. Sadie gasped, her notebook slipping from her numb fingers. I felt a jolt of pure ice-cold adrenaline. Run. I yelled, the word torn from my throat. Sadie and I sprinted, a blind, desperate flight, towards the distant, flickering promise of the exit. Luke, with a surprising burst of speed for a man of his professorial demeanor, kept pace with us, his breathing remarkably even. But Tank, after a few stumbling, panicked paces, skidded to a halt. His fear, it seemed, had finally curdled into a reckless, suicidal defiance. "No!" he roared, his voice a raw, ragged bellow that echoed unnervingly in the confined space. "Screw this! I'm done running. I ain't running from my own damn shadow," or whatever the hell that is. He spun around, fists clenched, to confront the unseen, unheard. By us now. Source of the echoing footsteps. The mimicked footsteps behind us, the ones that had been gaining, suddenly stopped. A profound, absolute silence descended upon the corridor. A silence even more terrifying than the sounds that had preceded it. It lasted for 3 agonizing heartbeats. Then, from Tank's direction, a single wet, tearing sound, like thick canvas being violently ripped apart, followed by a choked, gurgling cry that was cut short with sickening finality. Sadie stumbled, a sob escaping her. I risked a quick, horrified glance over my shoulder. The flickering light was too dim, the distance too great now, but I could just make out a dark shape on the floor where Tank had been standing. And nothing else. He was gone. The corridor behind us was empty, save for the fresh, glistening stains of blood. And then, the echoing footsteps resumed from further down the corridor than before. Closer. Still. 3 sets. But one set now sounded heavier, more deliberate. More like Tank's, but imbued with something else. Something predatory. We rounded a sharp, unexpected bend in the corridor. A bend that I was sure hadn't been there moments before, and collapsed against the grimy wall. Gasping for breath, our hearts hammering, Luke joined us a moment later, his face a mask of grim concern, though his breathing, I noted with a fresh stab of unease, was still remarkably untroubled. "Tank," Sadie whispered, her face pale and tear-streaked. "Oh God, Tank." "He broke the rule," Luke said, his voice low, tinged with a carefully measured sorrow. He confronted it. "The warden, it does not tolerate such direct engagement with its manifestations." Zadie, ever the academic, even in her terror, was already flipping through her notes, her hand shaking. The footsteps," she stammered, pushing her askew glasses back up her nose. "It's not just an echo, is it? It's a form of psychic doppelganger. A projection of our own encroaching dread. Our fear taking on a mimetic form, acknowledging it, confronting it, that validates its presence. It gives it purchase, substance." Luke nodded sagely, his expression grave. "She is likely correct, Nate. We must only react as the protocols dictate. They are our only shield in this unhallowed place, our only guide." But as he spoke, as he uttered those solemn, reassuring words, I saw him do it. Just a subtle, almost imperceptible movement of his right foot. He nudged Tank's discarded headcam, which lay a few feet away, its lens cracked, but its red recording light still blinking faintly. He nudged it further into a dark, shadowed corner, obscuring it from our immediate view, as if trying to hide a piece of evidence, or as if ensuring a witness was silenced. Later, when we had caught our breath and the immediate terror had subsided into a gnawing, persistent dread, I heard it, faint, almost inaudible, coming from the direction of that first incongruous wooden door that had appeared in the wall, the one Luke had so calmly warned Tank away from. A soft, choked, childlike whimpering. It sounded It sounded chillingly, impossibly, like my younger sister, Sarah, the one who lived 3 states away, the one I hadn't spoken to in almost a year after that stupid argument. Luke placed a comforting, fatherly hand on my shoulder. His touch was surprisingly cold. "Just the corridor playing tricks on your mind, Nate," he said softly, his voice a low, soothing murmur. "Psychological warfare. It preys on your fears, your regrets. Stay strong. Remember Rule 2. Some doors are best left unopened." His eyes, in the flickering gloom, seemed to hold a deep, almost sympathetic understanding. Or was it something else entirely? Something proprietary, like a farmer inspecting his prized livestock just before market day. KFTA corridor became a gallery of personalized torment. The further we walked, the more frequently the doors appeared, each one a bespoke gateway to some half-forgotten fear or buried regret. One moment, a section of blank, blood-streaked wall. The next, a door, materializing with a faint, unsettling shimmer, as if reality itself were a poorly stretched canvas. One was a sleek, brushed steel office door, identical to the one on my old boss office. The boss who'd fired me after I'd made that one catastrophic mistake. The mistake that had started my downward spiral. From behind it, I could hear his voice, gruff but familiar, offering me my job back. A full apology, a hefty raise. "Just open the door, Nate. Let's put it all behind us." Another, for Sadie, was an ancient oaken library door, smelling faintly of dusty vellum and lemon polish. From within, she swore she could hear the gentle rustling pages of a lost manuscript she'd been searching for years. The one that held the key to her doctoral thesis. Luke Farrow remained our stoic, unnervingly calm guide through this gauntlet of psychological traps. Each time a new door appeared, each time a personalized lure whispered its insidious invitation, he would calmly, rationally remind us of Rule 2. Resist the illusion. Friends, the warden seeks to divide us, to break our resolve through these personalized phantasms. We must remain united, focused on the protocols. His reassurances were a constant litany, a comforting mantra in the face of encroaching madness. But I was watching him now, closely, and I started to notice things. Each time a new door materialized, just before it became fully visible, just before the specific, personalized lure began to emanate from it, Luke would make a tiny, almost imperceptible gesture with his right hand, a subtle, complex movement of his fingers, as if he were tracing an invisible sigil in the air, or perhaps inputting a silent command. It was so quick, so unobtrusive, that I almost dismissed it as a nervous tick. Almost. Zadie, too, was becoming increasingly suspicious, though her fear was making her analysis more frantic, her note-taking more desperate. She had delved deeper into her arcane folklore research, finding obscure, fragmented texts that spoke of the children of the winding path, or the shepherds of the hungry road, fringe cults, almost mythical in their secrecy, who supposedly believed that certain liminal spaces, certain devouring corridors like this one, were sentient entities, crucial for maintaining some sort of cosmic balance. These entities, the texts hinted, required periodic sustenance, not of flesh and blood, but of potent, distilled psychic energy, fear, despair, betrayal. And these cults, they supposedly had shepherds or pathfinders who were tasked with guiding suitable offerings into these hungry maws. "Luke," Sadie whispered to me one time, when he was a few paces ahead, ostensibly examining a fresh pattern of blood drips on the wall. His calm. "It's not normal, Nate. It's practiced." And those texts I found, they mention keystones or vocalizations used by the shepherds to attune the corridor, to personalize its manifestations for specific, targets. She shivered, her eyes wide with a dawning, terrible understanding. The final door for Sadie appeared with a chilling, heartbreaking precision. It was an exact, perfect replica of her own apartment door, right down to the chipped paint on the brass number 7BE, and the slightly crooked mezuzah her grandmother had insisted she put up. And from behind it, the sound was unmistakable. Her own voice, screaming her own name in abject, unadulterated terror, begging for help. "Nate, Luke, somebody. He's in here. He's going to kill me. Please open the door." Sadie froze, her face a mask of chalky horror, her body trembling violently. That's me," she choked out, her voice a strangled whisper. But how? I'm right here." Luke Farrow stepped forward, his face a perfect tableau of grave concern and profound sympathy. He placed a gentle, comforting hand on Sadie's shaking shoulder. "Sadie," he said, his voice soft, persuasive, dripping with a false, insidious empathy. "The rules. They are vital, yes. They are there to protect the integrity of the passage, to ensure the warden is not unduly provoked or misdirected." He paused, his gaze full of feigned compassion. "But this is different. This is a direct, undeniable cry for help. Your own voice, Sadie. Surely the spirit of the protocols allows for an exception when a life, your own life, is clearly, unequivocally in danger. What if, breaking Rule 2 in this specific dire instance? What if that is the real test, Sadie? A test of your courage, your willingness to save yourself." He was a maestro of manipulation, playing on her fear, her empathy, her confusion, subtly twisting the logic of the rules, framing defiance as a higher form of compliance. "No, Sadie, don't!" I yelled, a sick dread churning in my stomach. I saw the almost invisible flicker of Luke's fingers, tracing that damn sigil in the air just before the door had fully formed, just before Sadie's screams had begun. But it was too late. Torn between the cold, hard logic of the rule and the undeniable, visceral terror of hearing her own voice screaming for salvation, Sadie made her choice. With a choked sob, her face a mess of tears and desperate hope, she lunged for the doorknob. "I have to," she cried. I can't just let myself die." The moment her trembling fingers closed around the cold brass knob, the door flew open. It did not reveal her apartment. It revealed a swirling, chaotic vortex of impossible shifting colors, of screaming, distorted, melting faces, of a darkness deeper than any night, a terrifying, multi-limbed, vaguely spidery shadow, wreathed in an aura of soul-chilling cold, erupted from within the vortex with lightning speed. It wrapped its shadowy tendrils around Sadie, and with a sound like 1,000 dry leaves being crushed, it dragged her in. Her own scream, her real scream, was abruptly, horrifyingly, cut short, swallowed by the chaotic, hungry void. The door slammed shut with a sound like a coffin lid sealing, and then it simply vanished, leaving only a blank, blood-smeared section of corridor wall. The corridor around us groaned, a deep, guttural, almost satisfied sound, and it stretched, visibly, nauseatingly. The far end, the flickering caged bulb that had been our only beacon of hope, was now completely, utterly lost in an impenetrable, infinite darkness. Luke Farrow sighed, a sound of profound, almost pious sorrow. He shook his head slowly. "Such a tragedy," he murmured, his voice laced with a perfect imitation of grief. She allowed her primal fear to override the established protocols, a fatal misjudgment. He turned to me, his eyes gleaming with that same cold, watchful intensity. But now, there was something else there too, a hint of triumph. "It seems, Mr. Carter," he said, his voice dropping to a near whisper. It is just you and I left to face the warden's final assessment. And as I stared at him, at his calm, composed face, at the almost invisible smear of fresh, dark blood on the cuff of his otherwise immaculate shirt, blood that hadn't been there moments before, I knew Sadie's folklore had terrified suspicions. They hadn't even scratched the surface. Luke Farrow wasn't just another contestant. He wasn't just a survivor. He was the shepherd, and I was the last lamb being led to a slaughter. I was only now beginning to comprehend. Sadie's horrific demise, the way the corridor had seemed to feed on her despair, left an echoing void. It was just Luke and me now, two solitary figures in an infinitely stretching, blood-drenched passage that was a monument to fear itself. Luke's mask of calm commiseration was still firmly in place, but I could see the cracks now, the predatory gleam in his eyes, the subtle tension around his mouth that betrayed an eagerness, a hunger that mirrored the corridor's own. "We must press on, Nate," he said, his voice still that infuriatingly soothing balm. "Sadie's loss is regrettable, but we owe it to her, to all of them, to see this through, to conquer the warden, conquer it, or feed it." I watched him, really watched him, for the first time. His movements were precise, economical. He was never directly spattered by the blood from the ceiling. The personalized lures from the whispering door seemed to glance off him, eliciting no visible reaction, and those subtle hand gestures he made just before a new door materialized, that almost imperceptible tracing of sigils in the air. A new door shimmered into existence on the wall to my left. This one was achingly familiar. The chipped green paint, the slightly crooked handle. It was the door to my childhood bedroom, and from within, I heard it. My mother's voice, gentle, loving, humming the lullaby she used to sing to me when I was sick. A wave of almost unbearable homesickness washed over me. A desperate longing for a safety I hadn't felt in years. "Nate," Luke's voice, soft, concerned. He made that almost invisible finger movement. "Are you all right? You look unwell." I pretended to be in a trance, my eyes fixed on the green door, my steps faltering towards it. "Mom?" I whispered, letting a tremor enter my voice. I saw Luke's eyes narrow slightly, a flicker of anticipation, of triumph, in their depths. At the last possible second, just as my fingers were about to brush the cool metal of the doorknob, I recoiled, shaking my head violently. "No! Rule 2. It's not real." The flash of raw, undisguised frustration, of pure, cold fury that contorted Luke Farrow's face for a nanosecond before his mask of calm concern snapped back into place was more terrifying than any spectral manifestation. In that unguarded instant, I saw the true face of the shepherd. "Excellent, Nate," he said, his voice a little too tight, a little too controlled. "You are learning. Your resolve is commendable." But the corridor, or perhaps Luke himself, sensing my dawning realization, my growing resistance, decided it was time to escalate. The flickering caged bulbs that lined the passage sputtered and died, one by one, plunging us into a near-total, suffocating darkness. Only the faint emergency glow of our rapidly failing head cams provided any illumination, casting long, dancing, distorted shadows. And then, I heard them, my own footsteps, not behind me, not in front, but all around me, a disorienting, terrifying chorus of my own distinct, heavy-booted gait, echoing from every direction, from the walls, the ceiling, the floor. It was as if a dozen invisible Nates were marching in lockstep with me, surrounding me. Rule 3. Amplified, personalized, inescapable. A wave of primal, overwhelming dread washed over me, so potent it was almost a physical blow. And coalescing from the deepest, impenetrable shadows in the corridor, a shape began to form. Not solid, not yet, but a vaguely humanoid silhouette of absolute blackness. A mobile void that seemed to suck all light, all hope, into its featureless depths. It had no face, no discernible features, but I felt its attention, its ancient, insatiable hunger, lock onto me like a heat-seeking missile. This was it, the corridor warden, the fear eater, and it moved with my exact stride. Its footsteps, when it began to advance, were a perfect, horrifying, amplified mimicry of my own panicked, stumbling gait. Luke Farrow laughed then, not a sound of fear or even manic excitement. Not even manic excitement. It was a cold, clear, utterly triumphant laugh that echoed unnervingly in the oppressive darkness. A laugh that stripped away the last vestiges of his masquerade. "Impressive, Nate," he said, his voice now devoid of any warmth, any feigned sympathy, replaced by a chilling, almost reverent fanaticism. "You've resisted the corridors more. Subtle enticements, but the warden itself, it has particular tastes. It prefers its final offering to be seasoned with the exquisite spice of betrayal." He stepped forward, placing himself deliberately between me and the advancing warden, not as a shield, but as an accuser. An accuser. "You see, Nate, I'm not just another contestant struggling for a payday. I'm a shepherd, a humble servant of the children of the winding path. And this corridor, this is our most sacred temple, our abattoir of anxieties. Yo," he continued, his eyes gleaming with a fervent, unholy light in the dim glow of my failing headcam, "was not to win the $10,000. That was merely the bait for the desperate, the foolish, the emotionally vulnerable. Your true purpose, Nate, was to become a worthy offering. Your fear, your despair, your slowly eroding hope. These are the nectars that nourish the warden, that keep it content, that maintain the delicate balance between this passage and the screaming chaos that lies beyond." He gestured to the all-consuming darkness from which the warden had emerged. Jenna, Tank, even poor, misguided Sadie, they were all appetizers, necessary sacrifices to attune the corridor, to whet the warden's appetite, to prepare it for the main course. He smiled, a rictus of pure, predatory zeal. Your particular blend of repressed guilt, your quiet desperation, your surprisingly resilient will. You are a vintage offering, a connoisseur's choice. The warden was closer now, its featureless black form seeming to solidify, its mimicked footsteps thudding with a terrifying, almost physical weight. I could feel the cold radiating from it, a cold that sank into my bones, into my soul. "The rules? The rules," Luke sneered. "They are not for your survival, Nate. They are catalysts, rungs on a ladder of escalating terror, designed to break down your psyche, to amplify your every fear, to make your essence exquisitely palatable for the warden's consumption." He then did something that froze my blood. He began to chant, low and guttural, in a language that wasn't human, a language that scraped against my sanity, words that seemed to echo the sibilant whispers I had heard from the depths of Aisle 3 in that other nightmare. And as he chanted, the warden seemed to respond. Its form flickered, solidified further. The mimicked footsteps grew louder, heavier, closer. I don't create them, not entirely, but I know the trigger phrases, the emotional resonances, the precise frequencies of fear that allow the corridor to manifest them for each specific soul. I was merely guiding you towards your deepest vulnerabilities, Nate, helping you to unlock your full potential as an offering. He lunged then, not with a weapon, but with his bare hands trying to grab me, to hold me in place for the advancing warden. His eyes were no longer human. They were burning with the cold, black light of the corridor itself. The ultimate betrayal. The final act of the shepherd leading his last prized lamb to the slaughter. A desperate, primal scream tore from my throat as I threw myself sideways, away from Luke's grasping hands, away from the all-consuming darkness of the warden. The chase was on, a desperate, hopeless flight through an ever-stretching, ever-shifting corridor that was not just a passage, but a sentient, hungry stomach, with its warden as its teeth and its shepherd, Luke Farrow, as its treacherous guiding tongue. My flight was blind, fueled by a terror so profound it was almost a physical entity, clinging to me like a suffocating shroud. The warden was relentless, its featureless black form a constant presence in the periphery of my vision. Its mimicked footsteps a horrifying, inescapable echo of my own panicked, stumbling gait. The corridor itself seemed to conspire against me, the walls closing in, the floor becoming slick with fresh blood, new, terrifying doors appearing and vanishing with bewildering speed, each one whispering a fresh, personalized torment. Luke Farrow was somewhere behind me, his cold, triumphant laughter mixing with his guttural, ritualistic chants. A horrifying soundtrack to my desperate bid for survival. Sadie's words, her theories about the warden, about the corridor, echoed in my mind. It feeds on fear, particularly fear amplified by betrayal, and the breaking of its perceived reality. And Luke's subtle hand gestures, the way he seemed to influence the corridor's manifestations. If this place was a psychic entity, a reflection of our deepest terrors, then perhaps it could be influenced, confused, even redirected. The warden was gaining. I could feel its soul-chilling cold at my back. Its mimicked footsteps were almost perfectly synchronized with my own, a horrifying, amplified doppelganger of my own terror. I had to break its rhythm, disrupt its mimicry. Suddenly, an idea, born of sheer desperation, sparked. I skidded to a halt, spun around, and faced the advancing darkness. Instead of running, instead of cowering, I did the most unexpected, most irrational thing I could think of. I started to dance, a clumsy, jerky, utterly ridiculous jig, my arms flailing, my feet stomping in a bizarre syncopated rhythm, completely out of sync with my previous panicked flight. I probably looked like a madman, but I didn't care. The warden, its movements previously a perfect echo of mine, faltered. Its featureless black form seemed to hesitate. Its mimicked footsteps stuttered, became disjointed, unable to replicate my sudden, unpredictable shift in cadence. For a precious few seconds it was confused. "What are you doing, you fool?" Luke's voice, laced with fury and a newfound uncertainty, cut through the darkness. His chanting faltered. "Just changing the tune, Luke," I yelled back, my voice cracking, still flailing in my desperate, absurd dance of defiance. Maybe the warden's tired of the same old fear-based waltz. And then I remembered Luke's hand gestures, the subtle tracing of sigils in the air. I didn't know what they meant, but I could try to replicate them, to disrupt whatever psychic connection he had with this place. As I danced, I began to make wild, exaggerated random motions with my hands, trying to mimic, to parody, to overload whatever arcane input he was feeding the corridor. The effect was startling. The corridor around us groaned, a sound of profound indigestion. The dripping blood from the ceiling suddenly intensified, then reversed, flowing upwards in thick, viscous ropes. The new doors that had been appearing began to flicker erratically, their personalized lures turning into a cacophony of contradictory whispers and screams. The warden itself seemed to shrink back, its form becoming less solid, more agitated. Luke screamed, a sound of pure, undiluted rage. "No, you're disrupting the ritual. You're unbalancing the resonance." He lunged at me, his eyes blazing with a fanatical light. But his attack was clumsy, Desperate, my bizarre dance, my random hand gestures, my utter refusal to play by the established script of terror had thrown him off. The corridor, which had been his finely tuned instrument of torment, was now a chaotic, unpredictable mess, responding not just to his influence, but to mine as well. As Luke stumbled towards me, a new door materialized directly in his path, not one I had seen before. This one was plain, gray, featureless, like the door to a solitary confinement cell, and from behind it came a sound that made even Luke Farrow, the shepherd of the hungry road, recoil in something that looked terrifyingly like fear. It was a low, guttural, utterly inhuman growl, filled with an ancient predatory hunger that dwarfed even the warden's menace. "No," Luke whispered, his face ashen. That's not one of mine." The warden, which had been momentarily repulsed, now seemed to turn its featureless attention towards Luke and this new, unexpected manifestation. They were heavier, more deliberate, matching Luke's own measured, suddenly hesitant gait. The hunter, it seemed, was about to become the hunted. The plain gray door pulsed with a faint, sickly light. The guttural, inhuman growl from within, growing louder, more insistent. Luke Farrow stared at it, his face a mask of dawning, abject terror. The carefully constructed composure of the shepherd, the fanatic zeal of the cultist, had shattered, leaving behind only a raw, primal fear. This isn't supposed to happen," he stammered, backing away from the door, directly into the path of the advancing corridor warden. The warden, its featureless black form now perfectly mimicking Luke's hesitant, fearful steps, seemed to almost anticipate his retreat. "Looks like your warden found a new favorite dance partner, Luke," I said, my voice still shaky, but a cold, grim satisfaction beginning to uncoil within me. I kept up my absurd random hand gestures, trying to further disrupt whatever psychic control Luke had previously exerted. The corridor itself was in turmoil. The walls buckled and warped. Images of past victims, Jenna, Tank, Sadie, flashing across their surfaces like a macabre slideshow. Their silent screams a counterpoint to Luke's growing panic. The blood from the ceiling rained down in torrents, thick and black, then suddenly stopped, leaving an eerie, echoing silence, broken only by the growl from the gray door and the thudding echo of Luke's and the warden's footsteps. Luke, trapped between the terrifying unknown of the new door and the relentless familiar dread of the warden, chose the warden. Or rather, the warden chose him. It glided forward, its black form enveloping him, not with a violent attack, but with a slow, inexorable absorption. Luke's screams were muffled, then silenced, as he was drawn into the warden's featureless void, his limbs flailing, his eyes wide with the ultimate unholy terror. His form flickered, then vanished, subsumed entirely. The moment Luke was gone, the warden changed. Its form, which had been solidifying, mimicking Luke, suddenly became less distinct, more diffuse. The heavy, mimicked footsteps faded. The intense, predatory hunger I had felt emanating from it lessened, replaced by a sense of satiation, or perhaps confusion. Its primary instigator, its shepherd, was gone. The ritual was broken. The plain gray door abruptly vanished. The guttural growl silenced. The corridor around me, which had been a chaotic, shifting nightmare, began to stabilize. The impossible stretching seemed to cease. The flickering light steadied, casting a dim but consistent glow. The dripping blood slowed, then stopped altogether. And at the far end of the corridor, where before there had been only impenetrable darkness, I saw it, a faint rectangular outline of light. An exit. I stumbled towards it, my legs like lead, my body bruised and battered, my mind a raw, screaming mess. Every step was an agony. But the promise of escape, of an end to this corridor of horrors, propelled me forward. I burst through the doorway, not into another part of the Blackwood Asylum, but out into the cold, damp, pre-dawn air of a deserted industrial lot on the outskirts of Boston. The sky was beginning to lighten in the east. The sounds of early morning traffic were a distant, blessed The Blackwood Asylum, when I looked back, was just a dark, silent hulk against the paling sky, its windows like vacant eyes, giving no hint of the impossible realities that lurked within its decaying walls. The $10,000 was never mentioned again. The organizers of the Blackwood Passage Challenge, if they had ever truly existed as anything more than a front for Luke's cult, vanished without a trace. The website for the challenge went dark. It was as if the whole thing had been a collective, localized nightmare. I collected my DoorDash earnings and left Boston that same day. I drove until the city was a distant smear on the horizon, until the memory of blood and whispering doors and echoing footsteps was muted by sheer, bone-weary exhaustion. But it's never truly gone. Sometimes, in the dead of night, when I'm walking alone down a long, empty hotel corridor or a deserted city street, I'll hear it, faint at first, then growing stronger. The distinct, chillingly familiar sound of my own footsteps, echoing just a little too closely behind me. I never look back. I just run, because I know, with a certainty that chills me to the marrow, that the warden, the fear eater, is still out there. And while its shepherd may be gone, its hunger is eternal. And some corridors once entered are never truly exited. They just stretch on forever, in the darkest, most fearful corners of the mind. And the last footstep you hear might just be your own, finally catching up. Everyone dreams of a chill summer job, a way to soak up some sun and earn a little cash between semesters. But my orientation at Solstice Shores Water Park, a sprawling, sun-scorched, vaguely dilapidated oasis on the dusty, forgotten edge of nowhere in West Texas, ended not with a staff t-shirt, but with a small, surprisingly clean laminated card of a rule so bizarre, so utterly disconnected from any logical park operation. They made the park's perpetually, almost supernaturally clear water feel less like an invitation and more like a shimmering, patient threat. I'm Mason Reyes, 19, a broke college freshman majoring in undecided and minoring in overdue bills. Just trying to earn enough tuition to make it to sophomore year. The head lifeguard, a golden boy named Skylar Quinn, whose tan was as flawless as his unnervingly serene smile, handed me the list with an air of breezy nonchalance, warning me, with an almost imperceptible flicker in those calm blue eyes, to always calm blue eyes. Keep exactly 47 faded yellow pool noodles, neatly stacked in the main storage room. Never 46, he'd emphasized with a soft chuckle, never 48. Because as he put it with a wink that didn't quite reach his eyes, the inventory spirits get a little restless. And nobody wants that. It sounded like a bizarre heat-stroke-induced prank. The kind of hazing you'd expect at a place that looked like it hadn't been updated since the Carter administration. Right up until little Timmy from the Dippin' Dots stand. All of 16, and the Dippin' Dots stand. Twice as gullible. Apparently forgot to count them correctly. One sweltering, cicada-loud afternoon. Later that same day, Timmy swore, his face ashen and his hands shaking, that the wave pool had started whispering his mom's long-hidden gambling debts right before he nearly drowned in water that had suddenly, inexplicably, felt as thick and fresh, suffocating his poured glass. My decision to work at Solstice Shores had been born of equal parts desperation and a naive sort of Texan romanticism. The online ad promised fun in the sun and a decent hourly wage. The reality, as I drove my sputtering '98 Civic down the long, heat-shimmering county road, the landscape growing increasingly barren and isolated, was somewhat less glamorous. The park itself was an aging behemoth of faded fiberglass slides, cracked concrete patios, and that unnervingly clear, almost sterile-looking water in every pool. The air always carried a potent cocktail of chlorine, cheap coconut sunscreen, hot, dusty asphalt, and a faint, almost imperceptible brackish undertone. A subtle reminder of the deep, ancient aquifers that supposedly fed this unlikely oasis. Skylar Quinn, my new boss, was the living embodiment of a California surfer dude, inexplicably transplanted to the West Texas scrubland. 22. Sun-bleached blonde hair. A physique that suggested he spent more time lifting weights than pool noodles, and that ever-present easygoing smile that seemed to charm everyone except, increasingly, me. He gave me the whirlwind tour, the Lazy Llama River, the Cobra's Coil Slide, currently closed for unscheduled maintenance, its entrance roped off with faded caution tape, the sprawling tidal terror wave pool, and at the very heart of the feed park, the oldest and deepest pool, simply known as the Deep Eddy. It was a perfectly circular, almost unnaturally still body of water, its clarity so profound it looked less like water and more like a solid block of blue-green glass, reflecting the scorching Texas sky with a disturbing mirror-like perfection. The water in the Deep Eddy, Skylar mentioned with that same breezy nonchalance, always felt a few degrees colder than anywhere else in the park. Keeps you alert, he'd said, with another of those smiles that didn't quite crinkle the corners of his eyes. The rules were delivered along with my faded staff polo shirt, a violent shade of turquoise, and a whistle I was pretty sure hadn't been sanitized since the park opened in the 70s. Solstice shores, operational harmony protocols. Always keep exactly 47 yellow pool noodles in the main storage room. Unit B, count them at the beginning and end of each shift. Never 46, never 48. Precision is paramount. If any park guest, child or adult, asks you the question, why is the water wet? Exactly seven times in succession, you must respond with the exact phrase. Isn't dryness just water's dream? Make eye contact. Do not deviate. If the water in any pool or attraction suddenly turns transparent as flawless glass, be aware that someone nearby, guest or staff, has just inadvertently revealed, vocally or mentally, their deepest, most guarded secret. You have exactly 60 seconds from the moment you notice the clarity to actively and completely forget what you may have seen, heard, or intuited. Failure to do so will result in that secret becoming inextricably yours. I remember staring at the card, then up at Skylar's smiling face. Is this for real? Like a team-building thing? Some kind of running gag? Skylar just shrugged, that easy smile unwavering. Just how things are done here at Solstice, Mason. Keeps the operational flow smooth. Good luck charm, you know. His eyes, however, held a fleeting shadow, a momentary dimming of their bright blue, that suggested something far removed from good luck. My fellow summer hires were a mixed bag. There was Jonah Joe Carter, a lanky, perpetually grinning guy of about 21, already festooned with more conspiracy theory band patches than actual lifeguard certifications. He immediately appointed himself my Solstice survival buddy. And then there was Cassie Tran, a sharp-tongued, hawk-eyed 20-year-old running the perpetually greasy snack Tsunami concession stand. She'd given me a long, appraising look when Skylar introduced us. A look that seemed to say, another one. Let's see how long this one lasts. The overall park manager, a stern, perpetually stressed woman named Delaney Moore, maybe mid-30s, with eyes like chips of flint, and her dark hair, always scraped back into a severe bun, had overseen our initial safety briefing with a clipped, impassioned efficiency. pointedly shutting down Joe's attempts to ask about any weird local stories or what really happened during that filtration crisis back in 9. The main storage room, Unit B, where the sacred 47 yellow pool noodles resided, was a damp, windowless concrete bunker tucked away behind the wave pool's pump house. It always smelled faintly of stagnant pond water, mildew, and something else. Something vaguely sorrowful. The noodles themselves were faded, some slightly chewed at the ends, as if by nervous, unseen rodents. Later that first afternoon, as I was dutifully, skeptically, counting the noodles for the end of shift log, Joe ambled in. "Dude, this place is a gold mine for my paranormal podcast. 47 noodles? What's up with that? Is it like the number of souls trapped in the filter system?" He'd grabbed a handful, tossing them around, then haphazardly stuffed them back onto the rack. "Pretty sure that's 47. Or, 40 something." After he left, a prickle of unease, despite myself, made me recount. 46. One was missing from the main rack, half hidden under a pile of deflated alligator floats. As I was about to retrieve it, a sudden, inexplicable power surge made all the lights in the storage room, and seemingly the entire park beyond, flicker violently for a good 10 seconds. A low, guttural, gurgling sound like a giant stomach rumbling emanated from the direction of the deep eddy's main drain. Then the lights steadied. Skylar Quinn appeared in the doorway, his familiar serene smile in place. "Everything all right in here, Mason?" Heard the power converter's hiccup. He glanced at the noodle rack. "Ah, looks like one of our slippery friends tried to make a break for it." He calmly reached under the tarp, plucked out the missing 46th noodle, which was actually the 47th, confirming my count, and neatly placed it back on the rack. "All good. 47. Perfect." His smile at me, this time, was a little too long, a little too knowing, and the gurgling from the deep eddy abruptly stopped. The first week at Solstice Shores settled into a routine of sun-drenched monotony, punctuated by moments of creeping, inexplicable dread. The Texas heat was a relentless hammer, the chlorine a constant sting in my eyes, and the unnervingly clear water of the pools a silent, watchful presence. Joe Carter, my Solstice survival buddy, became increasingly eccentric. He was convinced the park was a hotbed of supernatural activity, a theory fueled by the bizarre rules and Skylar's serene, almost cult-like adherence to them. He started carrying his phone everywhere, not for TikToks, but to make EVC, electronic voice phenomena recordings. He'd hold it near the pool drains, the filter intakes, the eternally damp walls of the noodle storage room, muttering about capturing the whispers of the water. "Dude, I swear," he'd confide in me, his eyes wide with a mixture of excitement and genuine fear. "The water here, it talks. When I'm skimming the lazy river, sometimes I hear my name, clear as day, like someone's right under the surface courting me." Cassie Tran from the Snack Tsunami watched Joe's escalating obsession with a worried frown. One afternoon, as Joe was excitedly trying to get a clean audio sample from the gurgling intake vent of the kiddie pool's geyser gulch, Cassie pulled me aside, wiping grease from her hands onto her turquoise polo. "Carl, that new friend of yours, Mason," she said, her voice low, her sharp eyes darting around. "He reminds me of Darren P., a kid who worked here 2 summers ago. Sweet guy. Got real friendly with the park's filter system." Started saying it was telling him secrets. Then one day, he just wasn't here anymore. Delaney said he quit, moved back to Oklahoma, but his car was still in the employee lot for a week. She gave me a hard look. "Some things in this park are best left unheard." The second rule manifested during a particularly brutal heat wave. I was assigned to a lifeguard chair overlooking the splash pad, a chaotic zone of shrieking toddlers and spraying fountains. A small, unnervingly pale child, no older than 6, with wide, vacant blue eyes and unnaturally dark circles beneath them, detached herself from a group and approached my chair. "Mister," she said, her voice a flat, toneless whisper. "Why is the water wet?" I blinked, momentarily taken aback. Because it's water, kiddo." She just stared, her head tilted slightly. "Why is the water wet?" she repeated, her voice unchanged. This went on 5 times, 6 times. Each time, her vacant gaze seemed to penetrate a little deeper, the air around us growing colder despite the scorching sun. A chill, unrelated to any breeze, snaked down my spine. I remembered the rule. 7 times. She was on her 6th. "Why is the water wet?" she asked for the 7th time, her whispery voice now carrying an almost expectant quality. My mouth was dry. My heart hammered against my ribs. I forced myself to meet her unnervingly empty gaze. "Isn't dryness," I recited, the words feeling alien and absurd on my tongue. "Just water's dream?" The child's lips, which had been pale and bloodless, curved upwards in a slow, deliberate, unnervingly adult smile. It was a smile of profound, ancient understanding. She nodded once, then simply turned and walked away, not towards her parents, but towards the park's main exit. And as she walked, her small figure seemed to shimmer, to blur the edges, before dissolving entirely into the shimmering heat haze rising from the concrete, like a mirage retracting itself. The water in the splash pad near where she had stood, the jets that had been arcing playfully, suddenly sputtered, and for a horrifying instant, their streams flowed backwards, sucking down into the drains with a wet, hungry sound before resuming their normal, cheerful spray. Later, I tried to ask Skylar about the incident, about the bizarre rules. He was his usual serene self, calmly applying zinc oxide to his perfectly tanned nose. "Some things at Solstice Shores are just part of the ecosystem, Mason," he'd said, his blue eyes reflecting the unnaturally clear water of the deep eddy behind him. "Older than the pipes, older than the concrete. You respect the flow, you don't ask too many questions, and everyone stays refreshed." He then mentioned something about the park's big clarity event back in 9, his voice dropping almost imperceptibly. "That was a bad summer for secrets, Mason. A real bad summer. Taught us all a lot about respecting the local currents." He offered no further explanation, just that serene, unreadable smile. That night, Joe, flushed with excitement, played me one of his latest water recordings from the deep eddy's main filter intake. He'd been trying to capture a low-frequency hum he swore heard, beneath the expected mechanical drone of the pumps and the distant muffled shouts of park guests. There was something else, faint, sibilant, almost inaudible, a whisper. Chillingly, unmistakably, it sounded like Joe's own name, Jonah. Jonah, followed by a soft, drawn-out, distinctly feminine giggle that seemed to bubble up from a place very deep and very cold. Joe, however, couldn't hear it. He just heard the hum. Joe Carter's obsession with the whispers of the water intensified. He started neglecting his actual duties, spending hours hunched over pool drains, his phone pressed to the grates, his brow furrowed in concentration. His conspiracy theories, once amusingly outlandish, became darker, more fragmented. He started talking about the water knowing things, about it showing him pictures in the ripples. He looked pale, his eyes ringed with dark circles, his usual manic energy replaced by a twitchy, haunted paranoia. Cassie Tran watched him with a mixture of pity and something that looked like fear. Then came the afternoon of the glass pool. It was another scorching Texas day. The sun a merciless white disk in a cloudless sky. Mason and Joe were assigned to skim leaves and debris from the deep eddy, the park's ancient, unnervingly still heart. Joe was muttering to himself, occasionally dipping his phone into the water, trying to get a submerged recording. Mason was trying to ignore him, focusing on the rhythmic sweep of his long-handled net. Suddenly, Joe gasped, a choked, strangled sound. He dropped his skimmer and stumbled back from the edge of the pool, his eyes wide with a terror that was shocking in its intensity. "Mason, look! The water!" I followed his shaking, pointed finger, and my own breath caught in my throat. The water in the entire deep eddy, all several 100,000 gallons of it, had changed. It wasn't just clear anymore. It was transparent, utterly, impossibly transparent, like a colossal, precisely carved block of flawless, blue-tinted glass. Every pebble on the pool floor, every tiny crack in the submerged concrete, every forgotten, algae-stained penny was visible with an unnatural, preternatural, crystalline clarity. It was beautiful, in a terrifying, deeply wrong kind of way. Yo stared into its depths, mesmerized, his face a mask of horrified awe. "I see it," he whispered, his voice a raw, broken croak. "Oh God, Mason, I see everything, all of it." He clutched his head, his body beginning to tremble, his eyes reflecting the impossible clarity of the water, but now filled with a dawning, soul-shattering understanding. Rule of 3 slammed into my mind with the force of a physical blow. If the water in any pool or attraction suddenly turns transparent as flawless glass, be aware that someone nearby, guest or staff, has just inadvertently revealed, vocally or mentally, their deepest, most guarded secret. You have exactly 60 seconds from the moment you notice the clarity to actively and completely forget what you may have seen, heard, or intuited. Failure to do so will result in that secret becoming inextricably yours. Joe was seeing something, knowing something, his deepest secret, or perhaps the park's, or perhaps something far worse, was being laid bare, reflected in that terrible crystalline water. "Joe, look away!" I yelled, grabbing his arm, trying to pull him back from the edge. "Don't look at it! You have to forget it." But he was lost, his gaze locked on the impossible depths, his face contorting with a mixture of terror and dawning, horrified revelation. The 60 seconds, I knew with a sickening certainty, were ticking by. The water remained glass-like, a silent, accusing mirror. Then, as abruptly as it had happened, the clarity began to recede. The crystalline transparency clouded, softened, returned to its usual, merely unnerving, preternatural clearness. Yo collapsed onto the hot concrete, shuddering violently, his breath coming in ragged, gasping sobs. He looked up at me, his eyes no longer just haunted, but filled with a new, terrible borrowed knowledge, a weight that seemed to crush him. "The deals," he began to mutter, his voice hoarse, almost unrecognizable. "The deals made in the dark, under the water. The price of clarity. Oh God, the things it showed me, the things they did." He trailed off, his gaze unfocused, staring at something far beyond the confines of Solstice shores. Later that day, a thoroughly shaken and visibly deteriorating Joe cornered Cassie Tran at the snack tsunami, babbling incoherently about what had seen in the glass pool, about whispering contracts and drowned reflections. Cassie listened, her usually sharp features growing paler and paler with each of Joe's fragmented revelations. When he finally stumbled away, clutching his head, Cassie grabbed my arm, her grip surprisingly strong, her eyes wide with a fear that mirrored my own. "He saw too much, Mason," she hissed, her voice low and urgent. "In the ante, when the water goes like that, it doesn't just show you the truth or someone's secret, it implants it. It makes it a part of you. He's marked now, contaminated." Before she could say more, Delaney Moore, the park manager, materialized beside us, her face a thundercloud, her eyes like chips of ice. "Miss Tran," Delaney said, her voice dangerously soft, Your break was over 10 minutes ago. Perhaps you should focus on your assigned station and refrain from upsetting the other staff with unsubstantiated local folklore. Her gaze flicked to me, cold and dismissive, before she turned and strode away. Cassie didn't show up for her evening shift, cleaning the concession stands. The next morning, a curt memo was posted in the staff room. Cassandra Tran has elected to pursue other opportunities and has transferred to an affiliated park franchise in North Dakota, effective immediately. We wish her well. Her locker was cleaned out, utterly bare, except for one single, faded, water-stained yellow pool noodle, tucked away in the back corner. If it had been in the main storage room, Unit B, it would have been number 48, and crammed inside one of its hollow ends. I found a hastily scrawled, almost illegible note on a ripped piece of napkin. Mason, he's not saving anyone. The lifeguard's chair isn't for rescues. It's for watching the sacrifices. Don't be next. The water remembers his secret most of all. Watch the noodles. They change. That night, when I did my compulsive, dread-filled count in the damp, echoing storage room, there were exactly 47 yellow pool noodles. But one of them, one I hadn't noticed before, felt different, heavier than the others, colder. And when I squeezed it, my fingers searching for some hidden mechanism, some trick, a thin trickle of what looked and smelled like salt water, not chlorinated pool water, seeped out, carrying the faint, almost imperceptible scent of fear, and cheap coconut sunscreen, the kind Cassie always wore. Yo Carter didn't make it through the week. His descent was rapid, terrifying. The borrowed knowledge from the glass pool seemed to be eating him from the inside out. He'd wander the park muttering about reflections that lied and secrets that drowned, his eyes holding a permanent, haunted stare. He stopped eating. He barely slept. The whispers from the water, he claimed, were constant now, calling his name, telling him it was time to join the chorus. His end came during a crowded, chaotic late-afternoon swim session at the deep eddy. One moment he was listlessly skimming leaves near the edge, his movements slow, disconnected. The next, he was gone when the lifeguards finally pulled him from the bottom of the 13-foot pool. His eyes were wide open, frozen in a rictus of ultimate, horrified understanding. The official cause of death, dutifully reported by a stone-faced Delaney Moore, was accidental drowning. But I'd seen him just minutes before. He'd been in shallow water, perfectly fine, just staring into the unnervingly clear depths with that new, terrible knowledge burning in his eyes. And as they laid his lifeless body on the hot concrete, the water that sluiced from his soaked clothes, for a brief, horrifying instant before it was absorbed by the thirsty ground, was as transparent as flawless glass around him. And then, it happened to me. Standing there amidst the screaming patrons and the frantic efforts of the paramedics, a sudden, overwhelming wave of understanding washed over me. A vivid, visceral, unwanted download of information. Yo Carter's deepest, most shameful secret. A cruel, petty act of childhood betrayal, involving his younger brother and a stolen, irreplaceable family heirloom. A secret that had gnawed at his conscience for over a decade. It wasn't a memory I was recalling. It was a memory I was experiencing, as if it were my own. The guilt, the shame, the fear of discovery. It was all there, sickeningly, intimately mine. Rule 3, 60 seconds. I had to forget it. Now, I squeezed my eyes shut, desperately focusing on the wail of the approaching ambulance sirens, the acrid smell of chlorine, the feel of the hot concrete beneath my shoes. Anything to push out Joe's drowning memory before it took root in my own psyche. It was like trying to hold back a tsunami with a teacup. The memory fought, clung, tried to sear itself into my brain, slowly, agonizingly, as the seconds ticked by with horrifying speed. It began to recede, leaving me shaken, nauseous, and chilled to the bone despite the blistering Texas heat. The water in the deep eddy was back to its usual, merely unsettling, clarity. In the aftermath of Joe's accident and Cassie Tran's abrupt transfer, Skylar Quinn's behavior towards me shifted. His usual breezy friendliness became more focused, more solicitous. He started seeking me out, mentoring me, sharing lifeguard wisdom that often veered into cryptic pronouncements about respecting the park's unique currents and understanding the deep eddy's moods. He praised my quick learning and natural affinity for the water, always with that serene, unreadable smile that now sent shivers down my spine. He subtly began to isolate me from the few remaining, mostly oblivious, summer staff, assigning me to solitary tasks, often near the deep eddy or in the accursed noodle storage room. Delaney Moore, I noticed, watched these interactions with a hawk-like, almost predatory intensity, her face a stony mask. The nightly ritual of counting the 47 yellow pool noodles in the damp, echoing silence of Unit B became an exercise in pure dread. The room itself felt alive now. The whispers were more frequent, more insistent, fragments of countless voices intertwining, lamenting, accusing. He never truly loved you, you know. I was the one who stole the money from the till. It was my fault. She ran into the road. Echo as of 1,000 forgotten confessions. A library of despair. The noodles themselves seemed to pulse with a faint internal energy. Some felt colder than others, some unnaturally heavy. One night, I could have sworn one of them sighed as I picked it up, driven by a gnawing fear and Cassie's last cryptic warning. The water remembers his secret most of all. I started digging the local library's dusty, neglected archives, the town's historical society, online forums dedicated to Texas ghost stories and forgotten local legends. I found more than I bargained for. Old newspaper clippings, yellowed and brittle, detailing a string of unexplained incidents and tragic accidents at Solstice Shores stretching back decades. Sudden, inexplicable disappearances of both guests and staff. People suffering acute psychological breaks after spending too much time near the deep eddy. A few unsolved drownings in perfectly calm, shallow water. The park, it seemed, had a voracious appetite. And then I found it. An article from the summer of '29, tucked away in a microfiche archive. Tragedy at Solstice Shores. Popular lifeguard sole survivor of after-hours incident. It detailed how a group of young off-duty lifeguards had gone for a late-night swim in the deep eddy. Only one had been found the next morning, wandering near the park entrance in a daze, suffering from hypothermia and acute amnesia, with no memory of what had happened to his friends. He just kept repeating, the article said, that the water showed him everything, and then it showed him nothing. The sole survivor's name, accompanied by a grainy, smiling yearbook photo of a much younger, more innocent-looking golden boy. Skylar Quinn. That night, I found an old, half-rotted staff logbook from 2009, shoved behind a loose concrete block in the far corner of the noodle storage room. Hidden beneath a pile of decaying pool filters, many of the entries were mundane. Chlorine levels, pump maintenance schedules. But one entry, dated July 17th, 2009, penned in a spidery, terrified, barely legible hand, read, night swim. Bad idea. Deep eddy water went glass clear, like looking into forever. Sky saw it. He wouldn't stop looking, told it. Oh God, he told it everything to make it stop. His dad, the money, what happened to Jess by the old well, everything. Now he belongs to the eddy. It wears his smile now. It whispers his secrets when the filters run. It waits. It's always waiting for a new ear, a new secret, a new trade. The entry was unsigned, but the sky it referred to. There was no doubt in my mind. Skylar Quinn. He hadn't just survived the Clearwater entity. He had made a bargain with it. And now it seemed he was looking for someone to take over his end of the deal. And Cassie's warning, watch the noodles. They change, age, suddenly took on a horrifying new meaning. Each noodle wasn't just a number. It was a story, a secret, a soul. And there were 47 of them, patiently waiting. The knowledge gleaned from that rotted logbook, and the old newspaper clippings settled in my gut like a block of ice. Skylar Quinn, the charming, perpetually smiling head lifeguard, the one who so patiently explained the park's bizarre rules, wasn't just an employee. He was a prisoner, a survivor who had traded his deepest, darkest secrets for his life, and in doing so, had become a unwilling, or perhaps eventually willing, custodian of the Clearwater entity's hunger. And Cassie's final, desperate warning: a lifeguard's chair isn't for saving lives, it's for watching the sacrifices. Don't be next. The water remembers his secret most of all. It all clicked into horrifying focus. Joe hadn't been an accident. Cassie hadn't transferred. They were a prelude, and I was being groomed for the main event. The annual Solstice Midnight Swim was heavily advertised throughout the small sunbaked town. A local tradition, Delaney Moore had explained with a rare, tight smile, that brought in much-needed late-season revenue. Posters depicted laughing families splashing under a romanticized starry sky. The water of the deep eddy, a welcoming cerulean blue. The reality, I now suspected, would be far more sinister. A few days before the event, Skylar sought me out. He found me, predictably, in the damp, whispering confines of the noodle storage room, going through the nightly ritual of counting those 47 silent, accusing yellow sentinels. "Mason," he said, his voice its usual smooth, friendly cadence, that serene smile firmly in place. His eyes flickered almost imperceptibly towards the noodle rack. "She's decided you're ready for a bit more responsibility. You're going to be the sole lifeguard on duty for the deep eddy during the midnight swim." He clapped me on the shoulder, a gesture that was meant to be encouraging, but felt like the cold touch of a predator. "Big honor. Prime spot. Just keep an eye on things. Make sure everyone enjoys the unique clarity of the water under the stars." My blood ran cold. Sole lifeguard. Deep eddy. Midnight swim. It was a setup, exquisitely orchestrated. This was it. The passing of the guard Cassie had tried to warn me about. The night of the solstice midnight swim arrived with a suffocating pre-storm stillness. The air was thick, humid, the sky a hazy, starless black. The park was sparsely populated, mostly uneasy-looking locals, who seemed to be there more out of tradition or obligation than actual enjoyment, and a handful of oblivious, thrill-seeking tourists. The usual cheerful cacophony of a water park was muted, replaced by a nervous, expectant hush. I found Skylar near the edge of the deep eddy, just before the event was scheduled to begin. He was staring into the unnaturally clear water, his handsome face illuminated by the underwater pool lights, his expression for once unreadable, almost melancholic. "Skylar," I said, my voice rougher than I intended. "Skylar," I said, my voice rougher than I intended. I held out the rotted logbook, open to the entry from July 2009. "I found this in the noodle room." He didn't flinch. He didn't even look at the book. He just continued to stare into the water, his reflection looking back up at him, serene and distorted. "Took you longer than I expected, Mason," he said softly, his voice devoid of its usual charm. "Most of them figure it out, or break, much sooner." "Then?" I pressed. "Joe, Cassie, how many others, Skylar?" He finally turned, and the smile was gone. In its place was a weariness so profound, it seemed to age him by decades. "Enough," he said, his voice flat. "Enough to keep the eddy placid. Enough to keep my end of the bargain. The 2009 Clarity event," I stated, not a question. "You were the sole survivor. You made a deal with with whatever is down there, didn't you? To save yourself. He nodded slowly, his gaze distant, haunted. It was an initiation. The water. It showed me things. Not just my own secrets, Mason. Everyone who had ever touched it, confided in it, drowned in it. It was overwhelming. He shuddered, a genuine human tremor. It offered me a choice. Join them, become another whispering echo in its depths, or serve, become its guardian, its conduit, ensure the flow of fresh perspectives, new secrets to add to its collection. And you chose to serve, I said, the words tasting like ash in my mouth. You chose to feed it other people. Joe, Cassie, they were unsuitable, Skylar said, a flicker of something cold and hard in his eyes. Joe listened too eagerly. He almost drowned in other people's truths before he even offered his own. Cassie. She was too resistant, too analytical. The entity requires a specific resonance. A deep, guarded secret willingly offered up in a moment of ultimate vulnerability. A soul laid bare, his gaze fixed on me, intense, almost pleading now. Like yours, Mason, the things you carry. The things the water has already sensed in you. You're perfect. You want me to take your place, I said, the horrifying truth of Cassie's warning hitting me with full force. It's not a party. It's an exchange. It's freedom, Mason, Skylar whispered, his voice laced with a desperate, almost manic hope. For me, after all these years, I can finally leave this place. Walk away. Forget. He took a step closer. All you have to do is let the water see you, truly see you. Offer it your deepest, most hidden truth when it turns to glass. Accept the clarity. Embrace it. And I can finally be dry. The park's main floodlights, which had been bathing the deep eddy in a harsh white glare, suddenly dimmed, replaced by the softer, eerie blue glow of the underwater lights. Delaney Moore's voice, amplified and distorted, echoed over the PA system. Welcome, brave swimmers, to the Solstice Shore's midnight plunge. The deep eddy awaits. A smattering of nervous applause. A few hesitant figures began to approach the pool's edge. As if on cue, the water in the deep eddy began to churn. Not from any visible pump, but from within, as if something vast and ancient were stirring in its depths. The faint, brackish smell intensified, now mingled with that same cloying, sweet scent of decay and jasmine I'd noticed in room 6 at the Dry Hollow Motel. No, that wasn't right. Wrong nightmare. Here, at Solstice, it was the scent of chlorine, fear, and something else. Something like wet, freshly turned earth. The whispers I'd heard in the noodle storage room rose from the water itself. A chorus of thousands of voices, sighing, confessing, accusing, lamenting. The accumulated secrets of Solstice shores. The water began to glow with a faint, internal, silvery light. Reflections on its surface shimmered, distorted, showing not the handful of nervous swimmers, but a multitude of other faces, other times. A laughing child from the 1970s, a terrified teenager from the 90s, Joe Carter's wide, drowned eyes, Cassie, transfaced, pale and betrayed. The temperature around the pool plummeted, raising goosebumps on my arms. It's starting, Mason, Skylar breathed, his eyes fixed on the roiling water, a terrifying mixture of fear and ecstatic anticipation on his face. The entity is receptive. Now, Mason, now is the time. Tell it your secret. Set me free. Set me free. Delaney Moore stood at the far edge of the pool, near the lifeguard's high chair, her face a stony, unreadable mask, her eyes fixed on me with a hawk-like, almost hungry intensity. She was not just a manager. She was a priestess at this unholy baptism. The water before me began to clear. Not just clear, but transparent. The glass-like, crystalline horror that had consumed Joe Carter was manifesting, spreading outwards from the center of the deep eddy. A perfect, terrifying lens into the soul. My moment had come. My secret, or my life. And Skylar Quinn, the golden boy lifeguard, the one who wore the park smile, was waiting, with the patience of a predator, for me to make his desperate bargain my own. The crystalline clarity of the deep eddy spread outwards, a terrifying, silent accusation. The whispers from its depths intensified, a cacophony of shame, regret, and sorrow that seemed to claw at my own carefully buried secrets, trying to drag them to the surface. My deepest fear, the one I hadn't even fully admitted to myself, the gnawing terror of ending up like my father, a man who drowned not in water, but in a sea of debt and broken promises, abandoning his family. It surged within me, raw and exposed, almost irresistible in its urge to be confessed, to be released into that all-consuming glass-like water. Skylar's eyes burned into me, filled with a desperate, almost feral hope. Now, Mason, tell it. Let it see you. It's the only way. For both of us. Delaney Moore, from her vantage point by the lifeguard's chair, watched with an unblinking, almost reptilian stillness, her hands clasped before her, as if in prayer, or perhaps in grim anticipation of a familiar ritual. The few remaining swimmers on the pool deck had frozen, their faces pale and horrified, sensing the profound wrongness emanating from the deep eddy. But as I looked into that impossibly clear water, I saw not just the reflection of my own terrified face, but also the ghostly, superimposed images of Joe Carter's wide, drowned eyes and Cassie Tran's face, etched with betrayal. They had trusted, or been tricked, into revealing their truths, and the entity had consumed them, their secrets now just more whispers in its watery prison. I wouldn't be next. No, I said, my voice surprisingly firm, cutting through the chorus of whispers. I won't feed it, Skylar. I won't become another one of its collected secrets. Skylar's face contorted, his serene mask shattering into 1,000 pieces of raw, desperate fury. You fool. Do you know what you're doing? It needs the exchange. The balance must be maintained. If you don't offer it willingly, then what, Skylar? I shot back. It takes you instead? Is that the real rule you've been so desperate to hide? I remembered Cassie's note. The water remembers his secret most of all. The Clearwater entity denied its expected offering. Its orderly transition of guardianship began to react with a terrifying elemental fury. The glass-like water in the deep eddy seethed, its surface shattering into a million razor-sharp crystalline shards that danced and reformed. Tendrils of water, now glowing with an angry internal crimson light, erupted from the pool, lashing out like sentient whips, seeking purchase, seeking a new secret, a new soul. The reflections on its surface became actively hostile. Distorted faces, my own, Joe's, Cassie's, and countless others I didn't recognize, screaming silent accusations, their watery hands reaching, trying to drag me in. You're breaking the pact, Skylar shrieked, backing away from the enraged pool, his eyes wide with a terror that was no longer feigned. It will take us all. Maybe the pact was broken a long time ago. Skylar, I yelled, my mind racing, latching onto a desperate, insane idea. The rules, they weren't just for me. They were the entity's operating system, its limitations. And the noodles. Cassie's last warning. Watch the noodles. They change. There was a stack of the accursed 47 yellow pool noodles piled near the edge of the deep eddy, ready for the midnight swim. If each one represented a claimed secret, a bound soul. What if? I lunged for the stack, grabbing an armful of the faded, strangely cold foam. You want secrets, entity, I roared, turning to face the roiling, furious water. You want to maintain your collection? And then, with all my strength, I began to hurl the pool noodles, one by one, directly into the heart of the enraged deep eddy. Here are your secrets back, 47 of them. Take them, choke on them. The effect was instantaneous and utterly unexpected. Each time a yellow noodle hit the thrashing, glass-like surface of the water, it didn't float. It sank, as if whited with lead, dissolving into a plume of oily black smoke on contact with the entity's essence. And with each dissolving noodle, a distinct human scream, a chorus of them, tore through the night air, followed by a momentary faltering in the entity's fury. The lashing tendrils of water recoiled. The hostile reflections flickered. No! Skylar screamed, his face a mask of horrified understanding. The anchors! You're releasing the anchors. You'll unbind it. Delaney Moore, her face finally cracking into an expression of pure, unadulterated terror, tried to lunge towards me, to stop me. The covenant. You'll break the original covenant, but it was too late. I kept throwing them. 30, 35, 40. Each noodle a dissolving shriek, a weakening of the entity's hold. The water in the deep eddy was now a maelstrom of black smoke, crimson light, and screaming, fading specters. As I threw the 47th and final noodle, the one that had felt heavier, colder, the one that had wept salt water, and smelled of Cassie's fear, into the vortex, the reaction was cataclysmic. The deep eddy didn't just erupt, it imploded. The water, the light, the very air around it seemed to be sucked downwards into a screaming abyssal maw that opened in the pool center. Skylar Quinn, caught too close, was dragged in, his own screams swallowed by the vortex, his handsome face contorting in a final agonizing realization of his own ultimate secret being laid bare and consumed. Delaney Moore was thrown back by the force, her body hitting the concrete with a sickening thud, her eyes wide and vacant. And then, with a sound like 1,000 glass panes shattering simultaneously, the vortex collapsed. The water in the deep eddy, for a single, terrifying moment, became a perfect, flawless black mirror, reflecting nothing but the starless, empty sky. Then, slowly, it began to refill with ordinary, murky, chlorinated water, the kind you'd find in any overused public pool. The whispers were gone. The unnatural clarity was gone. The oppressive, sentient presence that had haunted Solstice Shores was silent. The aftermath was a scene of chaotic devastation. The deep eddy was now just a pool, albeit one filled with churning, debris-laden water. Skylar Quinn was gone, vanished as completely as Joe and Cassie. Delaney Moore lay unconscious by the poolside, a thin trickle of blood, or perhaps dark, brackish water, seeping from her ear. The few remaining park guests and terrified staff members were babbling incoherently, their faces pale with shock. The official story, after the emergency services had come and gone, and after days of hushed, closed-door investigations by a very unnerved local sheriff and some tight-lipped men in dark suits who seemed to appear out of nowhere, was a freak geological event. Haiti, a small, localized sinkhole, had apparently opened beneath the deep eddy, causing a temporary aquifer pressure surge that resulted in the tragic, but they emphasized, entirely accidental, drowning of head lifeguard Skylar Quinn and the unfortunate disappearance of a few other seasonal employees, presumed to have fled in panic. Delaney Moore, it was reported, had suffered a severe concussion and subsequent stress-induced amnesia, with no clear recollection of the night's events. Solstice Shores Water Park was closed indefinitely, citing urgent structural and water quality assessments. The gates were locked. The colorful slides left to bleach and crack under the relentless Texas sun. I gave my statement, a heavily edited, carefully sanitized version of events that omitted the glass water, the whispering noodles, and the soul-stealing entity. They looked at me like I was crazy anyway. But my story, mundane as I tried to make it, was less unbelievable than the impossible truth. I got my final paycheck, which was surprisingly generous, almost like hush money, and I left that remote Texas town, putting as much distance between myself and Solstice Shores as my sputtering Civic could manage. I made it to my sophomore year. I even declared a major, folklore and mythology, much to my parents' confusion. I couldn't explain why. I just knew I needed to understand more about the old stories, the forgotten packs, the things that lurk just beneath the surface of our mundane reality. But I carry Solstice Shores with me. It's a cold spot in my memory, a lingering taste of chlorine and fear. I can't go near a public pool anymore without feeling a prickle of unease, without my eyes instinctively scanning the water for that telltale, impossible clarity. The number 47 will forever hold a chilling significance. And sometimes when I'm near a large body of water, especially at night, I can still hear them. Faint, distant whispers, like secrets trying to find a new ear, a new confidant. A few weeks ago, I was walking along a beach on the Gulf Coast, the water dark and choppy under a moonless ski. I found a faded, battered yellow pool noodle washed up on the sand, half buried in seaweed. There was nothing remarkable about it, just another piece of forgotten summer detritus. But as I reached down to pick it up, a wave washed over it, and for a fleeting, heart-stopping instant, the water around the noodle turned perfectly, terrifyingly transparent, like a shard of purest glass. And in that crystalline clarity, just for a second before it clouded over again, I saw a reflection, not my own, but the pale, serene, smiling face of Skylar Quinn, his eyes fixed on me with a look of infinite, sorrowful patience, as if he were merely waiting for the tide to turn, for the rules to reassert themselves, for the next secret to be offered. I backed away from the water. Some shores, I realized, are never truly left behind, and some currents, once entered, flow on forever, carrying their drowned secrets towards an unsuspecting, thirsty world. The Solstice Shores may be closed, but the entity just found a much larger pool to play in, and I have a sickening feeling. I know who it will be looking for to count the noodles. They don't tell you in paramedic school that some calls, the ones dispatch whispers about in hushed, almost reverent tones, come with their own set of user instructions, especially out in the deep, shadowed, time-haunted hollers of the Appalachian Mountains. My name's Noah Mercer, 34, an ex-Army combat medic, trying to trade the grit of desert deployments for the supposed tranquility of mountain mist with a summer contract in a place called Ashridge Hollow. The EMS coordinator, a weathered, ancient-looking man named Jedediah Thorne, whose eyes held the still, deep patience of the surrounding peaks, handed me my rig keys, a battered, crackling radio, and a small, grease-stained handwritten note detailing Note 3, local customs for survival in his particular corner of nowhere, West Virginia. The first rule, the one about meticulously counting a patient's ribs before even thinking about treating any chest trauma, because, as he'd put it, his voice like stones grinding together, locals here can sometimes carry a few extra sun, all the way up to 47 if the old blood runs true. Sounded like a particularly morbid backwoods tall tale. Right up until my first serious call, a wiry teenager named Billy Hutchinson, who'd taken a nasty fall from a deer stand as I was trying to splint what was clearly a fractured rib. The jagged edges of the bone visibly, impossibly, flowed back together under my own damn fingers, knitting with a soft, sickening click. The attending physician, a kindly, silver-haired old surgeon named Dr. Elwyn Carrick, who seemed to materialize out of the misty woods with an almost supernatural prescience, just smiled that benign, all-knowing smile of his and said, his voice smooth as polished riverstone, "Some folks in the hollow, Mr. Mercer, are just blessed with remarkably resilient stock." My arrival in Ashridge Hollow had been heralded by a persistent drizzle and a fog so thick it felt like I was driving through wet cotton. The town itself was a small, insular cluster of aging clapboard houses and a single struggling general store, all huddled in a narrow valley carved by a fast-flowing slate-gray river. The surrounding mountains, ancient and heavily forested, pressed in on all sides, their peaks perpetually wreathed in mist, giving the place a claustrophobic, almost medieval feel. The air smelled perpetually of damp earth, pine resin, wood smoke, and something else, a faint, almost imperceptible chalky odor, like crushed limestone or dry, sun-bleached bone. Jedediah Thorne, a man who looked as old as the mountains themselves, with a face like a weathered map, and eyes that had seen too much to be surprised by anything an outsider might find odd, conducted my orientation in the cramped, poorly lit M's shack. It consisted mostly of him pointing to the coffee pot, the cot, and the aforementioned note. Ashridge Hollow M's operational guidelines. Mandatory. Prior to any intervention for suspected thoracic trauma, perform a manual rib count. Standard count is 24, 12 pairs. Local counts can vary significantly, up to and including 47. Record observed count if anomalous. In the event of spontaneous, accelerated osteoregeneration, i.e., a broken bone, visibly mending during assessment or treatment, do not remark upon this phenomenon to the patient or other locals. Document the injury as initially observed, without notation of unusual healing. This is considered normal variance within the hollow. If a patient, during assessment or transport, looks directly at you and asks, "How many do you have?" or any variation thereof pertaining to your own skeletal count, you must provide a false, lower number, never your true count. Never admit to curiosity. I remember staring at the list, then at Thorne's impassive face. "Is this a joke, sir?" Thorne just grunted, a sound like rocks shifting in a dry creek bed. "No jokes in Ashridge, son. Just ways of being. Cassie'll show you the ropes." Cassie Hill was my partner, 29, sharp-tongued, with a shock of bright red hair that seemed to defy the hollow's muted palate, and an air of energetic, almost reckless fearlessness that I initially envied. "Welcome to the boneyard, city boy." She'd greeted me with a sarcastic grin, already loading the rig for our first shift together. When I'd hesitantly shown her the rules, she just snorted. "Oh, Jed's love notes. Yeah, we all get. Just Ashridge being Ashridge. Don't overthink it. Just count fast. Keep your mouth shut about the weird shit brewing you see. And for God's sake, if anyone asks how many bones you've got, lie like a rug. Lie like a rug. Easiest way to make a local clam up or get real twitchy is to seem too interested in their architecture. We also had a volunteer EM2 often rode with us, a young man named Silas Blackwood. He was maybe early 20s, with wide, unnervingly pale eyes, an almost unnerving eagerness to please, and an encyclopedic knowledge of local folk remedies and bone-setting traditions that seemed far too extensive for someone his age. He spoke with a quiet reverence about Dr. Elwyn Carrick, the town's beloved semi-retired surgeon. "Doc Carrick," Silas would often say, his pale eyes shining. "He's got hands blessed by the mountain itself. Knows the bones better than any man alive." My first serious call, the Billy Hutchinson kid from the deer stand, came later that week. We found him at the base of a steep ridge, conscious but clearly in pain, cradling his side. Palpation revealed an obvious acute fracture to what felt like his 9th or 10th left rib. As I was gently trying to assess the extent of the break, remembering Thorne's first rule with a sudden cold prickle of unease, the jagged edges of the bone under my fingertips seemed to soften, to flow. There was a soft, almost inaudible click-click grind, and then the fracture was gone. The rib was smooth, whole, as if it had never been broken. Billy winced, then let out a shaky breath. Reckon I just walked that one off wrong then. Feels better now. Dr. Carrick arrived just then, emerging from the misty tree line with the silent grace of a forest creature. He was in his early 60s, silver-haired, with kind, crinkling eyes and a gentle, reassuring smile. His sleeves, as always, were rolled neatly to his elbows, revealing surprisingly strong, capable forearms. He examined Billy with practiced ease, his touch light but firm. He listened to my stammered, incredulous account of the mending rib, his expression benignly understanding. "Ah, yes, Mr. Mercer," he'd said, his voice that smooth, soothing riverstone. "Young Billy here comes from resilient stock. These mountain folk, they have a remarkable capacity for healing. A gift of the hollow, you might say." He patted Billy's shoulder. "Just a minor contusion, I expect. Best to note it as such in your report. No need to alarm the good people at County Dispatch with tales of unusual recuperative speeds." He gave me a wink that was both friendly and deeply unsettling. Cassie, who had been silently observing, caught my eye and gave a tiny, almost imperceptible shake of her head, her lips mouthing the words, "Rule 2, later." As we were cleaning the rig, I remembered Thorne's first rule again. Billy Hutchinson. I'd been so stunned by the mending rib, I hadn't even tried to get a full count. But as I'd palpated his chest, even briefly, I'd felt too many. The rib cage had been broader, denser, more complex than it should have been for a boy his age. And I remembered the sharp, almost appraising look Billy had given me when my fingers had first touched his side. A look that suddenly felt less like pain and more like assessment. The resilient stock of Ashridge Hollow continued to defy medical textbooks. We responded to a nasty single-vehicle NVA on a treacherous mountain switchback. The driver, a local logger named Jebediah Stone, had a compound fracture of his left femur, the bone visibly tenting the skin of his thigh, shard-like. Yet, as I was applying a traction splint, the grating, clicking sounds from within his leg were not of further damage, but of realignment. The sharp edges seemed to soften, to retract. By the time we got into Dr. Carrick's small, surprisingly well-equipped, if antiquated, private clinic on the edge of town, the nearest hospital was over an hour's drive, and Carrick still handled most hollow-specific emergencies. The fracture site was merely a heavily bruised, swollen area, the bone beneath feeling unnervingly, unnaturally smooth and whole. Carrick just smiled that gentle smile and spoke of shock absorption capacities unique to our mountain lineage. Rule 1 became a constant unnerving undercurrent to every patient assessment. Counting ribs surreptitiously, trying to distinguish the normal 24 from the hollows up to 47, was a disorienting, often futile exercise. The rib cages of many locals felt like intricate, overlapping cages of bone, dense and subtly asymmetrical. An elderly woman, Martha Goodlow, whom we transported for severe pneumonia, had fingers with an extra, fully functional joint, allowing her to grip her worn prayer book with an almost spider-like tenacity. She'd caught me staring at her hands. "We're just built a little sturdier for the climb in these hills, dear," she'd rasped, her eyes like polished obsidian. More rungs on the ladder, so to speak. The air in her small, isolated cabin had been thick with that dry, chalky, bone dust scent. Cassie's initial breezy dismissal of the rules began to fray, while still maintaining her sarcastic, tough girl exterior. She started confiding in me during the long, quiet hours between calls. She'd grown up in Ashridge Hollow, a rare outsider whose parents had been idealistic back to the Landers, who hadn't lasted 5 years before fleeing back to civilization. Cassie had stayed for reasons she never fully articulated. "This place, it gets under your skin, Noah," she'd said one misty morning, staring out at the fog-shrouded peaks. The old stories, my grandmother used to whisper them, about the bone folk, or the old ones of the marrow, say their blood ran thick with the mountain stone, that their bones sang the oldest songs. She shivered, despite the cab's heater. Doc Carrick, he's always been a saint to most folks around here, but he always took a special interest in the families known for their strong bones, the ones who healed too fast, the ones who had extra parts. She told me his old surgical clinic, the one he officially retired from, but still seemed to use for private consultations, was a place locals avoided after dark, a place where strange lights were sometimes seen, and even stranger sounds were heard. "The rules, Noah," she'd said, her usual bravado gone, her eyes dark with a fear she rarely showed. "They're not just Jed's eccentricities. They're important, especially the third one. Never, ever tell them your real count. It's like giving them a key." Silas Blackwood, the young volunteer EMT, became an increasingly unsettling presence. His fascination with bones verged on the reverent. He'd talk about injuries not with clinical detachment, but with an almost religious awe, as opportunities for the frame to reveal his true potential. He once casually mentioned, while we were cleaning up after a particularly gruesome logging accident, that some folks just need a little encouragement, a little reminder from the deep rock, for their bones to remember their true, intended shape. He then demonstrated by calmly, with a series of sickeningly smooth clicks, relocating his own thumb, which had been bent back at an impossible angle. His pale eyes glazed over with a serene, almost ecstatic expression. It was during a call to old Martha Goodlow's remote cabin, she'd taken another fall, that I truly felt the weight of the Hollow's gaze. She lay on her rough-hewn cot, her bird-like frame surprisingly resilient, her obsidian eyes, sharp and ancient, fixed on me, as I gently palpated her clearly deformed, multi-jointed wrist. "How many do you have, young man?" she asked, her voice a dry, rustling whisper, like autumn leaves skittering across a tombstone. My heart lurched. "Rule 3, lie. Just the usual 24 ribs, ma'am," I said, trying to keep my voice steady, trying to meet her gaze without flinching. "Last I checked anyway. Nothing special here?" "Nothing special here." Martha Goodlow held my gaze for a long, unnerving moment. Then, a slow, unsettling smile, like a crack appearing in ancient stone, spread across her wrinkled face. "Best keep it that way, city boy," she rasped. "The warden of these woods, he don't take kindly to outsiders getting too curious about the mountain's private gifts, or trying to count what ain't theirs to tally." After we'd stabilized Martha and were packing our kit, I found it tucked inside my trauma shears holster, a small, intricately carved piece of what looked like yellowed, polished bone. It was shaped like a tiny, perfectly formed human rib. I had no earthly idea how it had gotten there, and when I surreptitiously tried to show it to Cassie later, her face went bone white, and she just shook her head violently, refusing to even look at it, muttering something about tokens and unwanted invitations. The calls grew stranger, the skeletal anomalies more pronounced. We were summoned to a remote, ramshackle cabin deep in a seldom-traveled hollow for a difficult childbirth. The mother, a young woman named Sarah Beth Mayhew, barely more than a girl, was terrified, her eyes wide with a primal fear that went beyond normal labor pains. The air in the small, stifling cabin was thick with the scent of wood smoke, fear, and that ever-present, cloying, chalky odor of dry bone, now mingled with the sharp, metallic tang of blood. The birth was protracted and frankly horrifying. When the infant finally arrived, it was covered in a thick, grayish, almost chalky vernix, and its tiny, perfectly formed limbs seemed to possess too many joints, its miniature ribcage visibly unnaturally broad beneath its translucent skin. It didn't cry, not in the way a normal newborn cries. It made a series of soft, chittering, clicking sounds, like tiny bones knocking together. Dr. Elwyn Carrick, of course, was coincidentally in the area, having been called by Sarah Beth's people for his expertise with difficult hollow births. He materialized from the misty woods with his usual unnerving calm, his silver hair glinting in the dim lamplight, his movements swift, practiced, and utterly unfazed by the infant's unique presentation. He gently took the clicking, chittering newborn, his eyes for a fleeting moment holding an expression of intense, almost reverent fascination before his usual benign mask slipped back into place. A strong one, he'd murmured, more to himself than to anyone else. The old lines run true in this one. Later that week, I was suturing a severe laceration on the arm of a grizzled, stoic old farmer named Hiram Suttree, who'd had a run-in with some poorly maintained barbed wire. He'd lost a fair bit of blood, but his vital signs were surprisingly stable. As I was finishing up, he suddenly fixed me with a piercing, unnervingly direct stare. His eyes, the color of faded denim, seeming to look right through me. "Just the sight of blood, son," he said, his voice a low rumble. "Makes a man think on fundamental things, like the frame that holds us all together." He paused, his gaze never wavering. How many bones you reckon you're carrying around in that city soft chassis of yours, paramedic?" My heart pounded against my ribs, my normal, countable, 24 ribs. Rule 3. Again, the air in the small examination room seemed to crackle with a sudden, unspoken tension. "Just the standard issue, Hiram," I managed, my voice sounding a little too high-pitched. "Nothing special here. Just what the good Lord gave me." Hiram Suttree grunted, a sound deep in his chest. His gaze didn't leave mine for a long, uncomfortable moment. There was a flicker of something in their depths. Disappointment, or perhaps a shrewd, knowing appraisal. "Best it stays that way, then," he finally said, before lapsing back into his stoic silence. Cassie, meanwhile, was becoming increasingly withdrawn, her usual sarcastic banter replaced by a grim, preoccupied tension. She started spending her off hours at the tiny, dusty Ashridge Hollow Historical Society, poring over brittle, century-old town records and faded handwritten family genealogies. She confessed to me one night, her voice hushed, that she was looking into Dr. Carrick's past. He wasn't always just the beloved town surgeon. "Noah," she'd said, her eyes dark with worry. Back in the 60s and 70s, before he retired to focus on his hollow practice, he published some really out-there papers. Academic journals, fringe stuff, about osteogenic potential in isolated gene pools and accelerated evolutionary skeletal adaptation. Theories about how trauma, or specific environmental factors, or even directed lineage breeding could trigger profound changes in human bone structure. She found whispers, too, in old town council minutes and unpublished local diaries, of Carrick conducting private research at his old, now disused, surgical clinic on the outskirts of town, long after it had officially hung up his scalpel for public practice. The clinic, she said, was built on land that had once been a sacred site for the oldest, most reclusive families in the Hollow. Families like the Blackwoods, Silas people, who were infamous for their unique constitutions and their unwavering loyalty to Dr. Carrick's dedicated care for generations. The next morning, after that particularly unsettling childbirth at the Mayhew cabin, I was helping Dr. Carrick pack his antique leather medical bag. Something small and metallic slipped from an overstuffed side pocket and clattered onto the rough cabin floor. I picked it up. It was an antique surgical instrument, something like a bone saw, but much finer, more ornate, its ivory handle yellowed with age. Its serrated steel edge bore faint, dark, rust-like stains that looked chillingly like old, dried blood. Carrick retrieved it from my hand with a swift, almost snatching motion, his usual kindly smile not quite reaching his eyes. "Ah, thank you, Noah. An old family heirloom, passed down through generations of physicians in my line. Remarkably effective for particularly delicate work." He tucked it carefully back into his bag, but not before I saw the intricate, almost ritualistic carvings on its ivory handle. Intertwined serpents, and what looked disturbingly like a tree made of human bones. The nature of our calls began to shift. We were being summoned deeper and deeper into the ancient, whispering woods that surrounded Ashridge Hollow, often for injuries that seemed disproportionately minor for the remote, almost inaccessible locations. A sprained ankle on a forgotten hunter's trail miles from any road. A superficial cut from a falling branch in a part of the forest so dense the sunlight barely penetrated the canopy. It felt less like random misfortune, and more like a deliberate drawing in. The woods themselves were becoming a source of profound unease for me. The silence here was different from the town's quiet. It was a watchful, breathing silence. I started hearing things that Cassie, a native of these hills, seemed either oblivious to or determined to ignore. Soft, dry, clicking sounds, like bones gently knocking together, carried on the wind that sighed through the towering, ancient hemlocks and rhododendron thickets. Whispers sibilant and indistinct that seemed to emanate from the gnarled roots of the trees themselves. Words always just beyond the threshold of comprehension, like the rustling of 1,000 dry, forgotten secrets. The chalky, bone dust odor was pervasive here, clinging to the damp undergrowth, rising from the loamy earth, and I started seeing them. Strange, unsettling arrangements of animal bones. Deer, raccoon, occasionally something larger, unidentifiable, left on mossy boulders or hanging from low branches, picked clean and arranged in intricate, almost ritualistic patterns. Cassie, however, was becoming increasingly agitated, her tough facade crumbling. She was convinced we were being manipulated. "Heard it. It's Carrick, Noah," she'd hiss, her eyes darting nervously into the shadows of the forest as we hiked to yet another remote call. He's calls. He's leading us somewhere, or leading us something to us." She finally confessed the truth about her own past, the secret she'd hinted at. As a child, she'd suffered a bad compound fracture in her arm after falling from a tree. Her parents, new to the hollow and distrustful of city doctors, had taken her to Dr. Carrick. He'd performed what he called a special, experimental osteointegration procedure at his private clinic. Her arm had healed with unnatural, almost terrifying speed, leaving barely a scar. But ever since, she'd had what she called a cold spot in the bone, a section that ached with a deep, resonant chill when the weather turned, or when she was near certain places in the hollow. Particularly, she admitted with a shiver, near Carrick's old, deserted clinic at the edge of the Blackwood forest. He used to call me one of his special little saplings. "Noah," she'd said, her voice trembling. Said I had receptive marrow. One particularly grim, drizzly evening, after a call where we'd found Silas Blackwood calmly, serenely, resetting his own horrifically dislocated shoulder with a series of sickening, precise clicks, his pale eyes glazed over with that familiar, ecstatic calm. Cassie reached her breaking point. "I can't do this anymore, Noah," she'd said, her voice tight with a choked back terror. "I have to know. There's something in his patient records. At the old clinic, something he doesn't want anyone to see. I'm going to find out what he really did to me, to all of us, despite my warnings." My pleas for her to wait, to go to Deputy Holloway, a new, relatively young officer in the county seat who'd already expressed frustration with Ashridge Hollow's insular ways and stonewalling. Cassie was resolute. She was going to Carrick's clinic that night, alone. She didn't show up for her next shift. Her small apartment above the general store was empty, her beat-up Subaru gone. Jedediah Thorne, when I frantically questioned him, just stared at me with those ancient, unreadable eyes and said, his voice devoid of any emotion, "Cassandra Hill took some personal leave. Sudden-like. Said she had family matters to attend to, out of state. But I knew Cassie. She wouldn't leave without a word. Not like this." Her locker at the M's shack was slightly ajar. Her personal items were gone. Her spare uniform, her well-thumbed copy of Gray's Anatomy, but tucked deep inside one of her muddy combat boots. I found it. A small child's drawing, crudely rendered in bright, unsettlingly cheerful crayon. It depicted a large, gnarled, leafless tree, its branches and trunk clearly, unmistakably, made of thousands of tiny, interlocking human and animal bones. Stick figures stood around its base, some with normal rib cages, others with grotesquely expanded ones, some with extra, spidery limbs. At the bottom of the drawing, in shaky, childish block letters, was a single chilling phrase, "Ashridge Marrowwarden." And beneath that, almost invisible, a tiny, almost microscopic set of hand-drawn geographical coordinates. The calls I took alone in the following days were a blur of escalating dread. The locals watched me with a new intensity, their questions about my count more frequent, more probing, their eyes holding a shared, unspoken predatory knowledge. I felt like a specimen under a microscope, every breath, every hesitation being noted, assessed. The rules were no longer just bizarre local customs. They were the bars of a closing cage, driven by a desperate, gnawing fear for Cassie. And armed with her terrible childish map, I followed the coordinates. They led me deep into the Blackwood Forest, to the edge of a shadowed clearing I'd never seen before. In its center, shrouded in mist and silence, stood Dr. Elwyn Carrick's deserted old surgical clinic. The chalky bone dust smell here was overpowering, acrid, almost suffocating. The windows were boarded up, the paint peeling, the whole place exuding an aura of profound decay and thinly veiled malevolence. And from within its boarded-up silence, I heard it. A faint, rhythmic sound. A soft, wet, insistent rasping. A soft, wet, insistent rasping. Like a very fine-toothed saw, cutting slowly, patiently, through something dense and resilient. And beneath it, a low, almost inaudible, contented humming, like someone diligently, happily, at their life's most sacred work. The rhythmic, wet rasping from within Carrick's deserted clinic was the sound of a nightmare being meticulously crafted. It scraped against my already frayed nerves, a counterpoint to the low, contented humming that seemed to vibrate in the very foundations of the decaying structure. The chalky, bone dust smell was a physical presence here, coating my tongue, stinging my nostrils, carrying with it the colder, sharper tang of antiseptic, and something else, something coppery and vital, like freshly spilled blood seeping into dry earth. Cassie's crayon map, clutched in my sweating palm, had led me here, to this forgotten clearing on the edge of the Blackwood Forest, a place that felt older, darker than the surrounding woods, as if the trees themselves recoiled from it. The clinic was a 2-story clapboard monstrosity, its windows blinded with weathered boards, its porch sagging, a monument to forgotten practices and secrets best left undisturbed. There was no way I was going in the front, circling the building, my heart hammering against my, presumably, 24 ribs. I found a cellar door, half rotted, its iron hasp rusted but not locked. It groaned open with a sound like a dying breath, revealing a flight of damp stone steps leading down into absolute blackness. The rasping sound was louder here, more distinct, accompanied now by a faint, rhythmic click-clack, like oversized knitting needles, or perhaps bones being carefully, deliberately rearranged. My flashlight beam cut a nervous swathe through the Stygian gloom of the cellar. It was a charnel house of medical discards and unsettling artifacts. Rusted gurneys stood like skeletal sentinels. Shelves overflowed with glass jars containing murky, preserved specimens, fetal pigs with too many legs, animal skulls with bizarre osseous growths, and, chillingly, several jars containing what looked unmistakably like human hands, their fingers elongated, possessing extra, disturbingly delicate joints. The air was thick with the smell of formaldehyde, dust, and that pervasive, sickeningly sweet, chalky odor. A narrow, winding staircase at the far end of the cellar led upwards. The rasping and clicking sounds were coming from the floor above. Taking a deep breath, I ascended into what must have been Carrick's old examination rooms and surgical suite. It was a museum of horrors. Anatomical charts adorned appealing, water-stained walls. But these were no ordinary diagrams. They depicted human skeletons with impossible numbers of ribs, elongated spines, extra vertebrae, limbs with terrifyingly redundant joints. Detailed, meticulous drawings showcased techniques for enhancing bone structure, for grafting, for cultivating osseous growths. Beside them hung framed X-rays. X-rays the town supposedly didn't have the equipment for, showing human forms with skeletal structures that would have made a sideshow promoter weep with joy. Some looked almost insectoid. Glass display cases held arrays of antique surgical tools, not just saws and scalpels, but bizarre, custom-made implements of polished steel and ivory, drills fine as needles, vices designed to hold and reshape delicate bone, intricate calipers, and strange awe-like tools whose purpose I couldn't begin to fathom. And everywhere that fine chalky dust coating every surface, muting every color. In what must have been Carrick's private study, I found them. His journals, dozens of them, leather-bound, filled with his neat, precise, spidery handwriting, detailing decades of his work. They were not the records of a healer, but of a fanatic, an osteomancer obsessed with a grotesque, twisted vision of human evolution. The entry spoke of osteogenic enhancement, of directed mutation, of cultivating the inherent potential within the hollow's unique genetic heritage. He wrote of the Bone Warden, not as a myth, but as a tangible ancient entity, a prime osseous elemental, a god of living, growing bone that resided deep within the marrow of the mountains, an entity that could be appeased, influenced, even guided deeds to accelerate humanity towards its more perfect, resilient, osseous state. He was not just a doctor. He was the high priest of a horrifying bone cult. And Ashridge Hollow, with its isolated gene pool and its generations of receptive stock, was his unwilling, unknowing congregation. And then I found the entries about Cassie, subject CH juvenile, excellent receptive marrow, post-trauma, osteo, integration remarkably successful, shows significant potential as a conduit. Her unique resonance with the deeper frequencies of the Warden is promising. Further attunement required. My blood ran cold. He hadn't just healed her. He'd prepared her. A faint whimper from the adjoining room, the surgical suite. The rasping sound had stopped. The clicking continued. I pushed open the heavy door. The room was dominated by a massive antique operating table, its stained porcelain surface illuminated by a single, bare, aka hanging bulb. And on that table was Cassie. She was alive, but restrained with thick leather straps. Her face was pale, her eyes wide with a terror that went beyond words. Beside her, humming that low, contented tune, his sleeves rolled up, his kind, grandfatherly face illuminated in the harsh light, stood Dr. Elwin Carrick. In his gloved hands, he held a delicate silver trephine, its drill bit stained with fresh, dark blood. He was working on something on a small side table, a collection of small, needle-like bone fragments, arranging them into an intricate, spidery pattern on a velvet cloth. Standing silently by the far wall, his pale eyes gleaming with a fervent, almost ecstatic light, was Silas Blackwood, holding a shallow basin filled with that now familiar chalky, white powder. "Ah, Mr. Mercer," Carrick said, looking up, his smile serene, untroubled, as if I just walked in on him tending his roses. "Young Cassandra's unique osseous structure requires a rather delicate calibration for the upcoming ceremony." "Ceremony?" I choked out, my gaze fixed on Cassie's terrified eyes. "Indeed," Carrick purred, "a communion, a grand unveiling. Tonight, under the auspices of the blood moon, we fully awaken the Bone Warden. We invite it to merge more completely with its chosen vessel." He gestured towards Cassie with a bloody trephine, her receptive marrow, her previously enhanced skeletal resonance. She will be the perfect conduit, the bridge between the Warden's ancient wisdom and the evolving flesh of the Hollow. "A new age of bone and silence, Mr. Mercer." "You're insane, eh?" I whispered. Carrick chuckled, a dry, airy sound. "Insanity, Mr. Mercer, is merely a term used by the brittle bone to describe a vision they lack the framework to comprehend." He turned his attention back to the bone fragments. "Zelas, the marrow bloom ungent, if you please." Silas reverently offered the basin of chalky powder. Carrick dipped his fingers into it, then began to gently, almost lovingly, rub the powder onto the bone fragments. I had to act, but as I took a step forward, a sound from outside, from the deep woods that pressed against the clinic's decaying walls, stopped me cold. A sound like 1,000 ancient trees groaning in unison, their roots tearing through the earth, a sound like colossal vertebrae grinding together. And then, the whispers. Not from the trees this time, but from the air itself, from the shadows in the corners of the room, from the very dust motes dancing in the single beam of harsh light. They were clicking, chittering, rustling whispers, coalescing into a single, overwhelming, telepathic voice that felt like cold, sharp splinters of bone being driven directly into my skull. "It is time." The walls of the clinic began to tremble. The jars of preserved specimens shattered, their grotesque contents spilling onto the floor. The floorboards beneath my feet buckled and warped, and from the earth outside, from the heart of the Blackwood forest, something vast, something ancient, something made entirely of shifting, growing, clicking, whispering bone, began to coalesce, to rise. The Bone Warden, in all its eldritch, osseous glory, was answering its high priest's call. And Cassie, and perhaps I, were to be its unholy sacrament. The manifestation of the Bone Warden was a symphony of nightmare. The very air in Carrick's clinic grew thick, heavy, tasting of ancient dust and the cold, sterile scent of exposed marrow. Outside, the forest itself seemed to writhe, the trees groaning, their branches twisting into skeletal, grasping claws. The ground beneath the clinic trembled, and from the woods a sound arose, a chorus of clicks, pops, and grinding, like a million bones being simultaneously snapped and reset, accompanied by a sibilant, multi-toned whispering that clawed at the edges of sanity. Inside the surgical suite, the Bone Warden's presence was a palpable force, an icy, crushing pressure that made breathing an effort. It didn't fully enter the room in a singular, cohesive form, not yet. Instead, tendrils of what looked like living, ivory-colored bone, slick with a thin, clear ichor, began to ooze from cracks in the floorboards, to snake down from the ceiling, to extrude from the very walls. They moved with a slow, questing, reptilian intelligence, clicking softly. Their tips, some sharp as needles, others club-like and heavy, exploring the space. Small, fleeting eyes, like chips of polished obsidian, would sometimes form and dissolve within the shifting, osseous mass. Carrick was in a state of ecstatic rapture. His face was flushed, his eyes blazing with a terrifying, messianic fervor. "Behold, Mr. Mercer," he cried, his voice trembling with emotion as he gestured towards the encroaching bone tendrils. "The Warden awakens. The dawn of Homo Osseum. The great calcification begins." He turned back to Cassie, who was struggling futilely against her leather restraints, her eyes wide with a terror that was beyond screaming. He picked up one of the needle-like bone fragments he had been arranging, now coated in the chalky marrow bloom unguent. "And you, my dear Cassandra, my little sapling, you shall be the first to truly blossom." Silas Blackwood stood beside Carrick, his pale face alight with a similar, if more subservient, fanaticism, chanting softly in a language that sounded like dry bones rattling in a gourd. Several other figures, locals I recognized from previous calls, their forms subtly or grossly misshapen by their enhanced skeletal structures. The bone folk now began to filter into the room from a hidden side door, their movements stiff, their eyes holding that same glazed, reverent look. They formed a silent, watchful circle. I had to do something. Cassie's life, and my own, depended on it. The rules, thorns, cryptic warnings, they hammered in my mind. Count the ribs. If a bone heals. If they ask your count. They weren't just arbitrary guidelines. They were an interface, a way to navigate, or perhaps disrupt, this unholy symbiosis between the Hollow's people and its skeletal god. As Carrick approached Cassie with the sharpened bone fragment, I lunged. Not at Carrick. Silas and two of the larger bone folk immediately moved to intercept me, but at the tray of antique surgical instruments beside the operating table. I grabbed the heaviest, most solid-looking tool, an old, brutal-looking bone chisel, and swung it wildly. It connected with the arm of the first bonefolk attacker with a sickening wet thwack. The man grunted, but barely flinched, looking down at his clearly shattered forearm with an almost curious detachment. Then, with a series of soft, gristly clicks and a visible rippling movement beneath his skin, the bones of his forearm flowed back together, knitting with that same horrifying, accelerated regeneration I'd witnessed before. He grinned, a rictus of too many teeth. Rule 2. If someone's broken bone heals while you're setting it, pretend it's normal, and don't mention it in your report. But this wasn't normal, and I wasn't writing a report. "That's not normal," I yelled, my voice raw, more out of defiance than any tactical plan. Bones don't just do that. My shout seemed to have an unexpected effect. The Bone Warden's encroaching tendrils, which had been slowly, questingly advancing, momentarily recoiled. The sibilant whispering faltered. Carrick himself flinched. A flicker of annoyance, of disruption, crossing his ecstatic features. Even the bone folk attacker paused, a look of dull confusion on his face. It was a tiny opening, but an opening nonetheless. I scrambled back, putting the operating table between myself and the advancing bone folk. Cassie was still strapped down, her eyes pleading with me. "The Warden, it demands reverence," Carrick hissed, his composure cracking slightly. "Silence in the face of its gifts. Your disbelief. It creates dissonance. Dissonance. That was it. These creatures, this entity, they thrived on a specific kind of acceptance, a ritualistic adherence to their warped reality. My open defiance of that reality, however small, was an irritant, a spanner in their arcane works. One of the larger bone tendrils, thick as my arm and tipped with a cluster of razor-sharp bony spurs, lashed out towards me. I dodged barely. As it retracted, it brushed against a rusted metal cabinet, with a sound like fingernails on a chalkboard. The bone spurs scraped against the metal, leaving deep gouges. And then from the tip of the tendril, a single viscous drop of clear, almost crystalline ichor fell onto the dusty floor, sizzling faintly. The bone warden itself, its primary mass still coalescing outside, seemed to focus its diffuse, multi-eyed attention more directly on me. The telepathic whispers in my skull intensified, no longer just clicks and rustles, but forming into a cold, clear, demanding question that felt like ice epics being driven into my brain. How many do you have? Rule 3. Lie. But what lie? My mind raced. The standard 24? Would it see through such a mundane deception? More than you can count, you overgrown coat rack. I yelled back. A desperate, defiant, and utterly ridiculous bluff. Enough to build a raft and float out of this goddamn bone-dry hellhole. The effect was even more pronounced this time. The warden's tendrils thrashed. The clicking and grinding sounds from outside reached a fever pitch of agitation. Carrick shrieked, a sound of pure fury. Blasphemer! You defile the sacred query. The warden will unmake you rib by rib. Silas and the bonefolk, no longer hesitant, surged forward. But Cassie, her eyes blazing with a desperate fire, was also reacting. The cold spot in her arm, where Carrick had performed his experimental procedure years ago, began to glow with a faint, icy blue light, visible even through her sleep. She strained against her restraints, and one of the leather straps, the one over her enhanced arm, snapped with a sharp crack. "Noah!" she screamed, her voice hoarse. "Its eyes, the ones in the bone. They can't stand pure iron or the old mountain salts." It was a desperate, fragmented clue, born of some latent memory or connection to the warden's nature, perhaps from her unwilling attunement. Pure iron, old mountain salts. I had neither, but the bone chisel in my hand. It was old, heavy, pitted steel, iron-rich. As the bone folk closed in, their unnaturally dense bodies and rapidly healing limbs making them terrifying opponents, I fought with the desperation of a cornered animal, using the heavy chisel not to cut, but to bash, to create impact, to hopefully impact, cause that dissonance Carrick had mentioned. Each time I landed a blow, if I shouted about the unnatural healing, if I vocally defied the expected passivity, the warden's tendrils would flinch. The psychic pressure would momentarily lessen. It was a chaotic, brutal, and likely futile struggle. I was outnumbered, outmatched, but as one of the bone folk pinned me against a wall, its unnaturally long, multi-jointed fingers closing around my throat, its breath a gust of chalky dust in my face, Cassie, with a surge of incredible strength, managed to free her other arm. She didn't attack. She reached for the small, velvet-lined tray on Carrick's side table, the one holding his meticulously arranged, sharpened bone fragments, the ones coated in the marrow-bloom unguent. She grabbed a handful of the chalky powder, and with a defiant scream, she flung it, not at the bone folk, but directly at the largest, most sentient-looking cluster of obsidian-like eyes that had formed on a massive bone tendril, now pushing its way through the clinic's collapsing doorway. The effect of the marrow-bloom unguent, Carrick's sacred, bone-enhancing powder, on the bone warden's manifested eyes was instantaneous and catastrophic. The moment the chalky dust made contact, The obsidian eyes smoked, fissured, and then shattered with a series of sickening wet pops, like overripe fruit exploding, a deafening high-pitched shriek, not of sound but of pure psychic agony, tore through the clinic, throwing me and my attacker apart, making even Carrick and the remaining bone folk clap their hands to their heads, their faces contorted in pain. The warden's tendrils thrashed wildly, blindly, smashing through walls, equipment, anything in their path. The very structure of the clinic groaned, timbers splintering, the floor buckling. The cohesive, almost intelligent coordination of its movements dissolved into chaotic, uncontrolled spasm. It was wounded, it was enraged, but it was also disoriented. My champion, my warden, Carrick wailed, his face a mask of disbelief and despair as he watched his god thrash in agony. What have you done? The sacred bloom. It is an offering, not an assault. Looks like your offering had some unexpected side effects, Doc. I gasped, scrambling to my feet, helping Cassie undo her remaining restraints. Maybe it doesn't like its own medicine. The distraction was all we needed, as the Bone Warden's formless rage tore the clinic apart around us. Its connection to its acolyte seemed to falter. The glazed, reverent look in the eyes of the remaining bone folk flickered, replaced by a dawning, animalistic confusion, then pain, as if their own unnaturally enhanced skeletons were suddenly at war with themselves. Silas Blackwood let out a gurgling cry as one of his own ribs seemed to visibly pierce through the skin of his chest, before he collapsed, twitching. Carrick, his grand opus dissolving into chaos, his god in agony, finally lost his serene composure. He shrieked, a sound of pure, unadulterated fury, and lunged for me, no longer with a surgical instrument, but with his bare, surprisingly strong hands, his fingernails like talons. But the clinic and the warden had other plans. Just as he reached me, a massive convulsing tendril of bone, studded with shattered eye shards, smashed down from the collapsing ceiling, directly onto Dr. Elwyn Carrick. There was a single, sickening, wet crunch, and then silence from the good doctor. He lay still, a broken puppet beneath a mountain of living, twitching bone, his dream of Homo Osseum ending in a messy, ironic dissolution. The Bone Warden's thrashing began to subside, its psychic shrieks fading into low, guttural moans of pain and confusion. Its tendrils started to retract, to pull back into the earth, into the woods, its vast, dispersed consciousness too wounded, too disrupted to maintain its focused manifestation. The ground stopped trembling. The whispers faded. Cassie and I didn't wait. We scrambled out of the collapsing, bone-strewn ruin of Carrick's clinic and fled into the pre-dawn darkness of the Blackwood forest, leaving behind the groaning, twitching remnants of the warden and the silent, broken bodies of its followers. Ashridge Hollow was never the same. Dr. Carrick was officially reported as having perished in a tragic structural collapse of his old, unstable clinic due to unseasonable ground tremors. Silas Blackwood and several other prominent local figures were also listed as missing, presumed deceased in the same incident. Cassie, after giving a heavily redacted statement to a bewildered Deputy Holloway, and some tight-lipped state investigators who seemed more interested in containing the story than understanding it, left the Hollow for good, carrying the physical and dull mental scars of her ordeal, her cold spot now a constant aching reminder. She never spoke of wanting to understand the Hollow again. I stayed, for a while, long enough to see Jedediah Thorne quietly retire, his ancient eyes holding a new, weary resignation when he looked at me, long enough to see Elias Thorne, the old forester, silently nodding at me from across the street, a gesture of grim, shared understanding. Long enough to realize that the chalky smell in the air was fainter now, the woods a little less watchful. The Bone Warden was not gone, I knew. It was merely dormant, wounded, waiting. I eventually left Ashridge Hollow too. I couldn't shake the feeling of those clicking bones, the memory of that impossible healing, the cold pressure of that psychic query. I work in a city now, a place of steel and concrete, as far from ancient mountains and whispering forests as I can get. But sometimes, late at night, when the city is quiet, I'll feel a strange, deep ache in my own ribs, a faint, phantom itch beneath the skin, and I'll find myself, almost unconsciously, counting 22, 23, 24, and I always stop there. Because some counts are best left unfinished. Some doors are best left unopened, and some hollers, once you've heard their deepest, oldest songs, never truly let you go. The ossuary protocol might be a local custom, but its echoes, I fear, are carried on the wind, in the dust, in the very marrow of the world, just waiting for the right kind of silence, the right kind of curiosity to awaken once more. And I still can't shake the feeling that one day, a patient will look me in the eye, their own gaze holding an ancient knowing light, and ask, in a voice like dry bones rustling, "Paramedic Mercer, how many do you have now?" Some jobs promise isolation, others deliver a cage. Welcome to the night shift at the Aurora Wildlife Preserve near Fairbanks, a place where the silence isn't empty, it's listening. It's listening. My name is Mason Vance, and I came here seeking refuge, a place where the screams in my past might finally fade. Instead, I found myself living by 3 strange rules, just to survive the present. What's the loneliest place you've ever been? Tell me in the comments below. And if you're brave enough to face the long Arctic night with me, subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules and ring that bell, because up here, the animals aren't the only things that hunt. The shift begins now. The silence of the Alaskan tundra doesn't just enter your ears. It presses against your skin, a physical weight. I've known cold that bites to the bone, the kind that steals your breath on the gray, heaving chaos of the Bering Sea. But this was different. This was a cold that carried secrets, a cold that felt aware. I'd come to the Aurora Wildlife Preserve near Fairbanks, seeking an escape from the screams that still echoed in my quieter moments. The ghosts of a rescue mission gone terribly wrong. I found instead a different kind of haunting, pinned to a laminated card with 3 rules that felt less like procedure and more like a whispered warning from a madman. Old Man Hemlock, the guard I was replacing, had eyes like chipped ice and a tremor in his hands that wasn't just from the sub-zero air. He'd pressed the card into my glove, his voice a dry rasp. "The polar bears ain't always bears after midnight, son. The wolves, they call to things better left unanswered." And that laughter by the petting zoo. He'd shaken his head, his gaze lost in the swirling snow devils. Heard a fella once say young Timothy Evans, the guard before last, thought it was just an echo. They only ever found his flashlight, buried in a drift come spring. My first night was a descent into a monochrome purgatory. The drive itself had been an exercise in attrition. The headlights of my aging truck barely punching through the persistent twilight of the Alaskan winter. The Aurora Wildlife Preserve was less a sanctuary and more a fortress against the encroaching wilderness, its high chain-link fences topped with cruel-looking barbed wire disappearing into the gloom. The main security office was a small, prefabricated box that smelled faintly of stale coffee, fear, and failing insulation. The heating unit wheezed like a dying man. Outside, the northern lights painted the vast, indifferent sky in silent, shifting washes of greens and blues, looking less like celestial beauty and more like colossal, cold, watching eyes. Hemlock had given me a perfunctory tour before his hurried departure. The polar bear enclosure was a sprawling, shadowed valley of artificial rock and deep, snow-filled depressions on the northern edge of the complex, its far perimeter lost in the darkness. The wolf pens were further west, their occupants unseen, but occasionally punctuating the silence with mournful, long-drawn howls. that the wind seemed to snatch and twist into something else. The petting zoo. A collection of dilapidated, snow-choked sheds and empty pens on the far eastern side. Felt like a place where joy had come to die. Its silence was the most profound, the most unsettling. It was close to 11 when Dr. Ian Redgrave made his appearance. He moved with an almost unnatural quiet for a man of his build, materializing in the office doorway as if summoned by the deepening cold. He was impeccably dressed in a tailored dark suit that seemed absurdly out of place in this frozen wasteland. His silver hair neatly combed, his eyes a startling, pale gray that seemed to absorb all light. "Mr. Vance, I trust Mr. Hemlock has oriented you." His voice was a low, cultured baritone, smooth as glacier ice. There was a faint, almost imperceptible emphasis on oriented, as if it were a private joke. He didn't offer a hand, just a slight inclination of his head, his pale eyes lingering on me a fraction too long. "The Arctic presents unique challenges," he murmured, more to himself than to me, but also unique opportunities for resilience, for adaptation. He then turned and was gone as silently as he'd arrived, leaving behind a faint, unidentifiable scent, something clean and antiseptic, yet vaguely predatory. The first patrol was an exercise in heightened senses. Every crunch of my boots on the frozen gravel, every sigh of the wind through the skeletal branches of the few stunted spruce trees, sounded deafening in the overwhelming stillness. I gave the polar bear enclosure a wide berth. It was well past midnight when I skirted its southern edge. I remembered Hemlock's first rule: don't shine your flashlight into the polar bear enclosure after midnight. They're not the only white shapes moving in there during the long winter nights, and kept my beam pointed firmly at the path. Yet, out of the corner of my eye, in the deep moon-shadowed recesses of the artificial landscape, I saw it, or thought I did. A flicker of white, impossibly large, moving with a fluid, boneless grace that no bear possessed. The temperature around the enclosure seemed to plummet, a sudden, unnatural drop that made my teeth ache. I told myself it was the wind, a trick of shadow and falling snow. In the dim light from a distant security lamp, I glanced at the inspection log attached to the heavy access gate. The last entry was dated 3 months prior. The ink smudged, the signature in illegible scrawl. It felt wrong, the profound silence, the vast emptiness, the weight of the rules. It all pressed down. The long Alaskan night had just begun to show its teeth. The following night settled into a tense routine. Patrol, observe, listen, and try not to let the gnawing unease consume what was left of my sanity. The polar bear enclosure became a focal point of my dread. I never broke the first rule. Never aimed my flashlight into its shadowed depths after midnight. But I was acutely aware of something. Sometimes it was a fleeting glimpse of an immense, pale shape moving with impossible speed at the very edge of my peripheral vision. Other times it was the distinct, rhythmic crunch of snow from within the enclosure, as if something heavy were pacing, yet the actual bears were motionless. Dark lumps in the distance, the frost patterns on the thick observation windows, I noticed with a growing chill, weren't random. They formed intricate, lace-like traceries that, if you stared too long, seemed to resolve into skeletal outlines, vertebrae, and long, needle-like teeth. The cold radiating from that section of the zoo was a constant, palpable presence, a chill that had nothing to do with the ambient temperature. It was during my third shift, in the pale, reluctant dawn, that I encountered Marina Cho. She was in the staff break room, nursing a mug of coffee, her expression as grim as the landscape outside. She was younger than me, maybe late 20s, with sharp, intelligent eyes and a way of holding herself that suggested a coiled tension. She introduced herself as the senior keeper for the wolves and other canids. Her tone clipped, professional, but with an undercurrent of weary cynicism. "So, you're the latest sacrifice to the night shift," she said. not unkindly, but without preamble. Redgrave find you under a rock, too. I tried to sound casual. Just needed a change of scenery, Marina snorted. This isn't scenery, Vance. This is a holding pen. And not just for the animals. She didn't elaborate, her gaze flicking towards the main office where Redgrave's light was already on, even at this early hour. Over the next few days, our interactions were brief, transactional, but I sensed a kindred spirit. Someone else who felt the wrongness of this place. She once found me looking at the tattered employee roster in the security office. A long list of names with alarmingly short tenures under night security. They don't last long, she commented, her voice low. This place, it chews people up. My off hours I spent in the tiny, damp cabin the zoo provided, poring over the few accessible zoo records stored in dusty binders in the security office. Most were mundane maintenance logs and feeding schedules. But then I found a separate, thinner binder, tucked away on a high shelf, labeled Nocturnal Asset Management. Special protocols. Much of it was redacted with thick black marker, but I could make out phrases like classified fauna, luminosity aversion, and perimeter pacification. Tier Alpha data. There were incident reports mentioning unexpected animation patterns in the Arctic mammal exhibit, Omega, which I guessed was the polar bear enclosure, and auditory containment breaches. The night guard turnover, I cross-referenced, spiked after each such noted incident. It was near the end of my first week. I was in the security office, the faulty fluorescent lights casting flickering, unreliable illumination. When I first heard it distinctly, the second rule flashed in my mind. If you hear wolves howling from inside the building, check that all the wolf exhibit doors are still locked. Sometimes the pack calls to something that was never meant to be caged. It wasn't the distant, mournful cry of the wolves in their outdoor pens. This was closer, much closer. A series of drawn-out, ululating howls, sharp with a strange, almost human inflection of pain, or perhaps longing. And they were coming from inside the main veterinary building, a structure that should have been locked and empty at this hour, situated a good 100 yards from the actual wolf pack. The sound sent a fresh wave of ice through my veins. The pack was calling, but to what? And from where? The internal wolf howls became a recurring torment. They'd start around 2 a.m., sometimes a single, searching call, other times a frantic, desperate chorus that seemed to echo from the very steel frame of the veterinary building. Each time, my gut clenched. Each time, I followed the second rule, my flashlight beam cutting a nervous path through the frozen darkness to the external wolf enclosures. The heavy-gauge steel doors were always secure, the locks firmly in place. The actual wolves within would often be agitated, pacing, their own wild voices, a muted, uneasy counterpoint to the phantom cries emanating from the supposedly empty building. As soon as I'd approach the vet clinic itself, the internal howls would abruptly cease, as if whatever was making them knew I was there. The silence that followed was, if anything, more unnerving. I finally confronted Marina about it during a shared pre-dawn coffee. The wolves, I started, trying to keep my voice even. Sometimes, I hear them howling from inside the vet building. She didn't look surprised. Her gaze, usually sharp and direct, flickered away for a moment. Yeah, she said, her voice too casual. Old pipes. Wind plays tricks. This in wind, Marina, she sighed, rubbing her temples. Look, Vance, Redgrave's got side projects. Always has. Things he doesn't put in the official reports. Some of the older staff used to whisper about him trying to enhance things. Vocalizations. Pack dynamics. She hesitated. Or maybe it's not the wolves in the building. Maybe it's the wolves out there calling to something in there. The implication hung heavy in the frigid air. She then pulled a crumpled, official-looking document from her jacket pocket. Found this in a shredder bin Redgrave thought was emptied. Animal transfer manifest. Lists, Canis lupus variant. Subject 0 received from a private research facility in the Urals. No date of arrival, no current location within the zoo. Just here, her suspicion, her quiet defiance, was the catalyst I needed. That afternoon, Marina, using a set of master keys she borrowed from a forgetful senior vet, led me through a rarely used, unlit service corridor that snaked beneath the main zoo structures. It smelled of damp concrete, disinfectant, and something else. Something musky and wild. There are other places, she said cryptically. Places not on the tourist maps. The corridor ended at a heavy steel door, unmarked. Beyond it, we found a small, cramped observation room, its single, reinforced window looking into a darkened, heavily padded cell. The air was thick with the scent of ozone and a rank, unfamiliar animal odor. The walls of the cell were deeply scored with claw marks far too large and gouged too deeply for any normal wolf. Heavy, broken chains lay coiled in one corner. Whatever had been kept here, it was powerful, and it was gone. It was later that week, the Alaskan night pressing in with its usual suffocating weight, that I first encountered the third layer of Black Hollow's madness. I was on patrol near the eastern perimeter, the long-abandoned petting zoo a skeletal silhouette against the faintly glowing snow. It was just approaching 3 a.m., and then I heard it. Laughter. Children's laughter, light and carefree, yet impossibly, chillingly distant, as if carried on a wind that didn't exist. It seemed to emanate from the frozen, empty pens themselves. The third rule blazed in my mind. Never investigate alone when you hear children laughing near the petting zoo at 3 a.m. The voices belonged to kids who got lost during the blizzard of 1989, and they're still trying to find their way out of the cold. My heart hammered. The laughter wasn't joyful. It was a lure, an echo of lost innocence in a place that had none. I stood frozen, resisting the almost overwhelming urge to find its source. Then, as quickly as it began, it faded, absorbed back into the crushing silence. As I slowly backed away, my flashlight beam caught something small and dark lying near the rusted, snow-drifted gate of the petting zoo. A child's mitten, woolen, caked with ice and what looked like ancient, dried mud. It was small, decades old by its style, yet it lay atop the fresh snow as if only recently dropped or placed. The mitten became another talisman of dread, joining the rules in my increasingly troubled thoughts. A few nights later, near that same forsaken petting zoo, I saw him. Leo, a small pale figure, no more than 8 years old, standing by the broken fence line. He was shivering violently despite the thick, outdated-looking winter coat he wore, his breath pluming in the sub-zero air. He didn't look at me directly, his gaze fixed on a patch of frozen ground near a collapsed rabbit hutch, as if searching for something lost. He then turned and walked, not away, but through a solid-looking snowdrift, vanishing as silently as he'd appeared. Where he'd been pointing, I later found the snow was disturbed, as if something had been recently and shallowly buried and then exhumed. There was a faint, lingering scent of formaldehyde. Marina, now a reluctant ally, was becoming as obsessed as I was. Redgrave had left for a supposed symposium on Arctic biodiversity in Anchorage, a rare absence. Citing the opportunity, Marina managed to bypass the encryption on an older, seemingly disused terminal in Redgrave's meticulously tidy outer office. The files we found were fragmented, coded, but deeply disturbing. Project Nanula, Ashrich Hollow, Genetic Marcus, Viability Study, Cryopreservation of aberrant specimens. There were diagrams of spliced DNA, notes on enhanced predatory traits, and neurological adaptation to extreme hypothermia. One file, heavily corrupted, contained a fuzzy, black and white image of something vaguely ursine, but with far too many limbs. Its eyes glowing with a sickening internal luminescence. Redgrave returned 2 days later, earlier than expected. His usual polished composure seemed tighter, his pale eyes holding a new, almost predatory glint. He summoned me to his office. "Mr. Vance," he began, his voice smooth as undisturbed snow. "Your patrols? Have you observed anything noteworthy? Any deviation from the expected nocturnal patterns?" His questions were too specific, his gaze too intent. He then spoke of the previous night guard, Timothy Evans, the one who'd vanished near the petting zoo. "A pity," Redgrave had murmured, his lips curving into something that wasn't quite a smile. "Some individuals, it seems, are simply not resilient enough for this environment. They lack the necessary adaptations." The implication was chillingly clear. That night, the blizzard hit. A whiteout, a screaming vortex of wind and ice that reduced visibility to zero. I was caught out near the polar bear enclosure when it struck with full force, disoriented, stumbling, my flashlight beam useless against the wall of swirling snow. I felt it. The white thing. It wasn't one shape, but many, coalescing and dissolving in the maelstrom, colossal pale forms that moved with the wind yet against it. I felt an intense crushing pressure in my skull. Heard whispers like the shattering of ancient ice echoing directly in my mind, urging me to lie down to sleep, to embrace the cold. My own breath hitched, trying to form those same sibilant alien sounds. I don't know how I made it back to the security office, collapsing against the door, my clothes stiff with ice, my mind reeling. As the blizzard began to subside hours later, the wind still howling like a banshee, I saw Leo again. He stood outside the office window, impervious to the storm, his small face tinged blue, his eyes fixed on me with an unbearable sadness. He raised a frostbitten finger and pointed, not towards the petting zoo this time, but to a heavy, bolted maintenance hatch set into the frozen earth near the perimeter of the polar bear enclosure. A hatch I'd never noticed before, now partially cleared of snow by the wind scouring. He opened his mouth, and a single whispered word escaped, a sound that seemed to play in reverse, incomprehensible yet piercing me with a spike of pure, unadulterated cold. Nanurluk, it sounded like. Then he was gone, leaving only the swirling snow and the echo of that impossible word. Leo's reversed whisper, Nanurluk, and his spectral pointing finger became an unbearable imperative. The blizzard had passed, leaving behind a world sculpted in ice and eerie silence. But the encounter with the white thing had stripped away my last vestiges of denial. Redgrave wasn't just an eccentric zookeeper. He was a monster cloaked in civility. And this place, this Aurora Wildlife Preserve, was his charnel house. I found Marina in the small, heated workshop where she sometimes repaired equipment, her face etched with worry from her own experiences during the storm. She'd heard the wolves again, their howls no longer just from the vet building, but seeming to surround her small cabin on the zoo's outskirts. A desperate hunting chorus. "The hatch," I told her, my voice raw. "The one Leo showed me, near the polar bear enclosure. We have to go down there?" Her eyes widened, but she didn't argue. The fear was a live thing between us now, but so was a grim, shared resolve. Redgrave's still in his main office, reviewing storm damage reports, she said, her voice tight. The maintenance hatch was frozen solid, its heavy steel bolts crusted with ice. Marina, her knowledge of the zoo's ancient infrastructure proving invaluable, produced a small, powerful propane torch and a set of heavy-duty wrenches from her emergency kit. The air crackled as she worked, the scent of burning propane a harsh intrusion in the frozen stillness. With a groan of tortured metal, the bolts finally yielded. We heaved the heavy hatch open, revealing a narrow, rusted iron ladder descending into absolute, frigid darkness. The air that wafted up was stale, metallic, and carried a faint, sweet chemical odor that made my stomach clench. We descended, our flashlight beams cutting feeble paths through the gloom. The ladder opened into a narrow concrete tunnel, pipes snaking along the walls, humming with a low, almost sub-audible vibration. It was colder here than on the surface, a damp, penetrating chill that seemed to emanate from the earth itself. The tunnel sloped downwards, leading us deeper beneath the zoo. After what felt like an eternity of cautious steps, the narrow passage opened into a vast, shockingly modern subterranean complex. Sterile white corridors stretched before us, illuminated by recessed, cold blue lights. Doors with electronic keypads and reinforced observation windows lined the walls. The air hummed with the quiet efficiency of powerful machinery. The chemical smell stronger now, mixed with the unmistakable rank odor of caged, terrified animals. And something else. Something that smelled like formaldehyde and burnt ozone. This was no forgotten storage area. This was a state-of-the-art laboratory, hidden beneath the ice. We moved like ghosts, our hearts hammering. Through one observation window, we saw a row of stasis tubes, their interiors glowing with a pale, viscous fluid. Floating within were things, abominations, half-formed creatures, fusions of fur, scale, and something hideously, recognizably human. Their limbs twisted at unnatural angles, their eyes wide and vacant. In another room, a surgical suite. Gleaming instruments lay on stainless steel trays, and heavy restraints were bolted to an operating table, stained with dark, dried fluids. The scale of Redgrave's depravity was breathtaking. "It's been creating them," Marina whispered, her face a mask of horrified disbelief. As we rounded a corner, a heavy steel door slid silently open, and there stood Dr. Ian Redgrave. He wasn't surprised, his pale gray eyes, usually so cool and detached, now burned with a feverish proprietary light. He held a small metallic device in one hand. "Mr. Vance, Miss Joe, I confess, I didn't expect you to discover my private research annex quite so soon." His voice was calm, almost gentle, which made his words all the more terrifying. But then, curiosity is a powerful stimulant, and Leo, it seems, has developed a rather unfortunate attachment to you, Mr. Vance. A residual psychic amplification, I've found, intermittently useful. "What are these things, Redgrave?" I demanded, my voice shaking despite myself, gesturing towards the horrors in the stasis tubes. "What in God's name are you doing here?" A thin smile touched Redgrave's lips. "Doing? I'm merely accelerating evolution, Mr. Vance. Perfecting it. The Ashridge Hollow strain. My ancestral gift. It grants a certain insight into the potential of bone and sinew, the resilience of flesh against the indifferent void. This world, this harsh, unforgiving Arctic, it's the perfect crucible. The blizzard of '89 wasn't a tragedy. It was a purification, a demonstration of nature's brutal, beautiful efficiency. I'm simply completing the work." He gestured to a large, reinforced pen at the far end of the lab. "My Nanurluluk initiative, to harness the raw, elemental power of that which a lesser mind might call the white thing. To replicate its perfect adaptation, its transcendence of mere biology." "You're insane," Marina breathed, backing away slowly. "Insanity, Miss Cho, is resisting the inevitable march of progress." Redgrave's eyes glinted. "You, however, have become impediments, unsuitable variables. He raised the metallic device. A shame. Your fear responses could have yielded valuable data. With a click, alarms blared, crimson lights flashing throughout the complex. Heavy thuds and guttural snarls echoed from deeper within the labs. Redgrave had unleashed something. The very floor beneath us began to vibrate. A low, resonant hum that I recognized with a fresh spike of terror. The same hum that preceded the White Thing's manifestations. From a reinforced door at the end of a corridor, two figures emerged. They were bipedal, but moved with a terrifying animalistic grace. Covered in thick, matted white fur, their limbs were too long, their hands tipped with bony, obsidian-like claws. Their faces were a nightmarish fusion of ursine and human. Flat snouts filled with needle-sharp teeth, their eyes glowing with the same sickly yellow light I'd seen in Redgrave's. Project Nanowolok. File. His successes. Chaos erupted. The creatures charged, their roars deafening. I shoved Marina behind a bank of machinery as one lunged, its claws tearing through the metal casing where we'd just stood. The temperature in the lab plummeted, frost visibly crawling up the walls. The air crackled with an unseen energy. The White Thing's influence was bleeding through, amplified by Redgrave's actions. Leah's laughter, distorted and multi-layered, echoed from the power system, a cacophony of madness. Marina, recovering quickly, grabbed a heavy fire extinguisher. Vance, the control panel. Redgrave's device, it's linked to the main breakers. Redgrave watched the carnage with a detached, scientific interest. As I dodged another swipe from one of the furred monstrosities, Marina discharged the fire extinguisher, full in the face of the other, creating a momentary diversion of CO2 fog and enraged howls. I lunged for Redgrave. He was surprisingly strong, his grip like an iron vise. We wrestled for the device, the alarms shrieking, the building groaning around us. It was Marina who saw the opening. With a desperate cry, she smashed a reinforced glass cabinet labeled Emergency Sedatives, Class of 4 Biohazards, grabbed a large, loaded hypodermic syringe, and plunged it deep into the flank of the creature battling me. It shrieked, a sound that was both animal and human, and staggered back, its limbs spasming. The distraction was all I needed. I twisted the dice from Redgrave's grasp and slammed my fist into his jaw. He stumbled, a flicker of genuine surprise in his cold eyes. I smashed the device against the concrete floor. Sparks flew, the emergency lights sputtered and died, plunging us into near-total darkness, lit only by the faint, sickly glow from the stasis tubes and the crimson emergency beacons. The humming intensified. A section of the ceiling cracked, showering us with debris. The White Thing was no longer just an influence. It was here, its immense, formless presence pressing down. The cold so intense it burned. I grabbed Marina's arm. We have to get out, the main elevator shaft, if we can pry the doors. Redgrave, recovering, let out a roar of pure fury. You will not destroy my work. You are merely transitional specimens. He lunged, not at us, but towards a larger control console, his fingers flying across its surface. If I cannot perfect it, I will unleash it all. The ground heaved violently. The stasis tubes shattered, their contents spilling onto the floor, twitching, half-formed things writhing in the spreading, cryogenic fluid. The last thing I saw as I dragged Marina towards the faint outline of the elevator doors was Redgrave, silhouetted against the cascading chaos of his ruined lab, laughing, a triumphant maniacal sound swallowed by the growing elemental roar of something ancient and impossibly, terrifyingly vast, finally breaking free. The laboratory was a charnel house of shattered glass, writhing, half-formed monstrosities, and the shrieking cacophony of failing machinery. Redgrave's triumphant laughter was drowned out by a sound that seemed to tear through the very fabric of reality. The full, unleashed presence of the White Thing. No longer a subtle influence, but a raging elemental force. The cold was absolute. a physical entity that stole breath and froze tears to our faces. Frost didn't just crawl the walls. It exploded across them in crystalline, predatory blooms. Immense, shifting shadows, too vast and too quick for the eye to follow, danced at the edge of our vision, accompanied by a chorus of whispers that felt like ice needles pricking at the brain. "The elevator," I yelled over the din, pulling Marina towards the shaft. The doors were sealed, but the frame was buckled from the tremors. Redgrave's Ford abominations, temporarily disoriented by the chaos, or perhaps sensing a greater threat, were momentarily forgotten. Using a heavy steel bar it wrenched from a piece of broken machinery. We pried at the elevator doors. Metal shrieked against metal. Behind us, a section of the laboratory wall imploded, revealing not the tunnel we'd entered, but a swirling vortex of impossible snow-filled blackness, from which glowing, multifaceted eyes stared. The white thing was tearing its way in. Redgrave, his suit now torn, his hair wild, stood before it. Not in fear, but in ecstatic, almost religious awe. "Yes, come, show them true perfection." The rules were gone, shattered along with Redgrave's sanity. Survival was the only imperative. With a final, desperate heave, the elevator doors groaned open, revealing not a car, but an empty black shaft plunging into further unknown depths. A maintenance ladder was bolted to one side. "It has to go up somewhere," Marina shouted, already scrambling towards it. The climb was a near vertical ascent into hell. The shaft was slick with ice and some viscous organic slime seeping from between the rocks. The rungs were treacherous. Below, the sounds of destruction intensified. Tearing metal, inhuman shrieks, and the deep, vibrational thrum of the white thing that resonated in our very bones. Once I looked down, Redgrave was gone, swallowed by the swirling chaos. One of his furred creations lay broken and twitching, half submerged in cryogenic fluid. The other was nowhere to be seen. Then the shaft began to flood, not with water, but with a thick, freezing fog that carried the scent of ozone and ancient ice. Within it, pale, grasping tendrils like frozen mist given form, reached for us. Leo's laughter, no longer childish, but a chorus of mocking, sorrowful echoes, swirled around us. "Lost in the cold. Always lost. Don't listen," Marina yelled, her voice strained. "Keep climbing." We broke through a rusted access panel at the top of the shaft, not into the crisp Alaskan air, but into another service tunnel. This one older, crumbling, part of the zoo's original, long-forgotten infrastructure. The air was marginally better, but the sounds from below, though muffled, were still terrifyingly present. We ran, guided only by the faintest glimmer of Marina's failing flashlight and a desperate hope. The tunnels twisted and turned, a confusing labyrinth. We passed empty, rust-eaten cages, their bars bent outwards. We stumbled through what might have once been an old quarantine area, the walls covered in desperate, clawed graffiti. The rules were inverted now. We needed light, however faint, to see. We needed to make noise, to call out to each other if separated in the darkness. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, we saw it. A sliver of pale gray light ahead, a ventilation grate, choked with snow and debris. With our last reserves of strength, we kicked and battered at it until it gave way, and we tumbled out, not onto the familiar zoo grounds, but onto a steep, snow-covered embankment on the far, uninhabited side of the perimeter fence, overlooking the vast frozen expanse of the tundra. Behind us, the Aurora Wildlife Preserve was a scene of pandemonium. Emergency lights flashed like frantic, dying stars. Strange guttural roars and piercing shrieks echoed across the snow. The very ground seemed to tremble. And then, a section of the main veterinary building, where the internal howls had first tormented me, collapsed inwards with a deafening roar, sending a plume of smoke and debris into the night sky. We didn't wait. We ran, We ran until our lungs burned and our legs screamed, driven by the primal, unthinking terror of prey escaping the abattoir. The blizzard had returned with a vengeance, swallowing the sounds of destruction behind us, cloaking our escape in a merciful freezing white. The official report, when the news finally filtered through the static of my concussion and the haze of sedatives, was a masterpiece of obfuscation, a catastrophic failure of experimental geothermal heating units at the privately owned Aurora Wildlife Preserve, combined with the unprecedented ferocity of the recent blizzard, had led to significant structural collapse and the regrettable loss of most of the animal specimens. Dr. Ian Redgrave, the report stated, was missing and presumed deceased. No mention of subterranean labs, genetic abominations, or an entity of pure elemental cold. Our garbled, traumatized testimonies, Marina's from a hospital bed, mine through a haze of prescribed antipsychotics, were dismissed as consistent with severe hypothermia and acute stress disorder. They moved me to a facility downstate, a quiet, white-walled place where the silence was almost as terrifying as the screams had been. Marina, I heard later, had been transferred to a specialized burn unit in Seattle. The cryogenic fluids had done their work. And then, she too had vanished from the official record. Our brief, desperate alliance forged in the frozen hell of Redgrave's ambition was severed. Life, or a pale imitation of it, eventually resumed. I work nights now, in a climate-controlled archive, cataloging things that are already dead, already forgotten. It's quiet, too quiet. The cold still finds me, even in the mild Pacific Northwest winters. A phantom chill that settles in my bones, a reminder. I see things in the periphery, white shapes in the fog, eyes in the darkness. The northern lights, when they rarely dip this far south, are no longer beautiful. They are a warning, a veil barely containing an indifferent predatory cosmos. Sometimes I read about unexplained disappearances in remote, frigid locations, hikers lost in blizzards who are never found, research teams in Antarctica that go silent, and I wonder if Redgrave, or something born of his madness, somehow survived. If his work continues, a quiet, patient cancer spreading through the frozen, forgotten places of the world. Last week, during a particularly severe cold snap, the power failed in my apartment building. For a long, dark hour, I sat in the suffocating silence, the only sound my own ragged breathing. And then, I heard it, faint, at first almost imperceptible, like ice crystals forming on a window pane. The crunch of snow outside my third-story window. There was no snow on the ground. No balcony. Just the empty, freezing air. It was accompanied by a whisper, so faint it could have been the wind, or the settling of an old building, or the first stirrings of madness. Na nuoluk is waiting. It sounded like Leo, but older now, colder. The childish lilt gone, replaced by an ancient, patient hunger. The power came back on. The sound stopped. But I know. The Aurora Protocol wasn't just about a zoo in Alaska. The rules were never meant to keep us safe from it. They were meant to keep it contained for a while. And now, it's out. The long Arctic night has fallen, and it stretches further than anyone knows. And sometimes late at night, when the cold seeps under the door, I think I can still hear the wolves howling, calling to something that was never, ever meant to be caged. They promised adventure. They offered salvation. Welcome to Camp Red Pine, where the wilderness has its own agenda, and the prize money comes with a terrifying cost. My name is Noah Reyes, and I came here seeking a way out, a place to forget. Instead, I found myself living by 3 strange rules just to survive the camp's history. What's the creepiest camp or outdoor story you've ever heard? Tell me in the comments below. And if you're brave enough to embrace the true spirit of Red Pine, subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules and ring that bell. Because here, the songs aren't just for singing. They're for joining. The challenge begins now. The brochure for Camp Red Pine promised a transformative wilderness experience and a shot at $10,000 for a broke college dropout like me, haunted by mounting debt and the lingering ghost of a camping trip with my late brother Daniel that ended in whispered apologies and a too small coffin. It felt less like an opportunity and more like a dare from a universe with a sick sense of humor. But 10 grand was 10 grand. So I found myself on a rattling bus, heading deep into the Appalachian foothills, towards a place that already felt like it was trying to forget the 21st century. The ancient pines pressed in on the narrow, winding road, their silence absolute, yet underscored by a faint, almost sub-audible hum that seemed to vibrate up from the very earth. It was the kind of quiet that made you acutely aware of your own heartbeat. Harper Quinn, the senior camper, and our official welcome wagon, was waiting at the dilapidated wooden archway that declared Camp Red Pine, Est, 1923. She was all bright smiles, boundless energy, and a wardrobe that looked like a carefully curated collection from a vintage store. Denim overalls, a faded band t-shirt that might have been genuinely from the 80s, and hiking boots that had seen better decades. Her enthusiasm was infectious, almost unnervingly so. "Welcome, Pathfinders," she chirped, handing each of us a neatly laminated card. "These are just a few of our little Red Pine traditions. The keys to embracing the true spirit of the challenge." I glanced at the card. 3 rules. Don't trust any camper who arrived before you. They've been here too long. If you wake up with dirt under your fingernails and no memory of digging, check for fresh graves. When you catch yourself humming the camp song you've never heard before, you're becoming part of the camp's history. A chill, unrelated to the crisp autumn air, traced its way down my spine. "Quirky," I muttered to the guy next to me, a lanky kid with a GoPro already strapped to his head. He grinned. "Totally aesthetic, right? Great for the channel." This was Troy Walters, apparently. Harper seemed to catch my unease. Her smile didn't falter, but her eyes, a startling hazel, held a flicker of something unreadable. "Oh, we've had our share of dedicated long-termers," she said, her voice a little too bright. "Take Jake Miller, last year's big winner. Such a friendly guy. Got a bit too chummy with some of the folks who'd, shall we say, overstayed their welcome." She paused, her smile tightening almost imperceptibly. "We found his prize money neatly stacked in his tent. Jake, though, Jake was just gone. Guess he loved the camp too much." The way she said it, a slight emphasis on loved, sent another shiver through me. The camp itself was a collection of rustic log cabins, a sprawling main lodge with a massive stone fireplace, and a mess hall that smelled faintly of pine cleaner and something else, something sweetish and vaguely unsettling, like overripe fruit just on the verge of decay. Other campers were milling about, a motley crew of about 20, their expressions ranging from Troy's eager anticipation to a quiet, almost hunted wariness I recognized in myself. That first night, Harper gathered us around a crackling bonfire. The flames cast dancing, distorted shadows on the towering pines that encircled the clearing like silent, ancient sentinels. She led us in a camp song, her voice surprisingly strong and clear. The melody was simple, almost a nursery rhyme, but the lyrics were odd, vague, filled with allusions to sleepers in the deep wood, whispers on the breeze, and roots that bind the ages. It was catchy, disturbingly so. Later, as I was heading to my assigned cabin, I heard Troy, who had been so dismissive earlier, softly, almost unconsciously, humming a few bars of that very same melody. He stopped abruptly when he saw me, a faint flush rising on his cheeks. My cabin was small, damp, and smelled of old wood and mice. Sleep was a long time coming. Sometime in the deepest part of the night, I startled awake. The fire had died down to embers, and the camp was wrapped in an oppressive silence, broken only by the sighing of the wind through the pines, and something else. A faint, rhythmic scraping sound. Thump, scrape, thump, scrape. It seemed to be coming from the woods just beyond my cabin, regular as a heartbeat. I told myself it was an animal, a deer perhaps, or just another camper restless in the unfamiliar surroundings. The air, when I cracked the window, carried the faint, unmistakable scent of freshly turned earth. I shivered, pulled the thin blanket tighter, and forced myself back to sleep, the unsettling rhythm an unwelcome lullaby. You will not believe the beta I got this morning. Troy Walters cornered me at breakfast, his GoPro already recording. Met these two dudes down by the creek. Said they've been here like ages, knew all the best fishing spots, secret trails, everything. Said they'd show me where the old gold prospector's cabin is supposed to be. He was practically vibrating with excitement. The ones who arrived before you? I asked. Rule number 1 ringing in my ears like an alarm bell. Don't trust any camper who arrived before you. They've been here too long. Troy waved a dismissive hand. Dude, they're practically camp legends. A bit weird, sure. Dressed like something out of a 70s flick, but super chill. He lowered his voice. They even knew about the Whispering Hill Harper told us to avoid. Said it's where the real game is. I felt a knot tighten in my stomach. Later that day, during a mandatory orienteering exercise, I found myself paired with Mia Tran. She was quiet, observant, with intelligent eyes that seemed to miss nothing. She was a pre-med student, she told me, here for the challenge and the psychological study of it all. She, too, confessed to finding Harper's relentless cheerfulness a bit off. It's like she's performing, Mia had said, her brow furrowed. And this camp song, I can't get it out of my head. We navigated the course together, an unspoken alliance forming against the backdrop of the two silent woods. The morning after Troy's encounter with the veteran campers, I woke up with a dull ache in my shoulders and a gritty sensation under my fingernails. I glanced at my hands. They were caked with dark, rich earth. A wave of cold dread washed over me. Rule number 2. If you wake up with dirt under your fingernails and no memory of digging, check for fresh graves. My heart hammered against my ribs. I had no memory of leaving my cabin. No recollection of wielding a shovel. I had no memory of leaving my cabin. No recollection of wielding a shovel. But the evidence was undeniable. Fighting down a rising panic, I forced myself out of the cabin and into the woods, in the direction I thought I'd heard the digging sounds that first night. It didn't take long. Tucked away in a small, shadowed hollow, almost invisible beneath a thick carpet of pine needles, was a patch of freshly turned earth. It was roughly rectangular, about 6 feet long. There was no marker, no indication of who or what might lie beneath. Just disturbed soil in a place where no soil should be disturbed. I backed away slowly, the taste of bile in my throat. I found Harper by the mess hall, supervising the breakfast setup. I tried to keep my voice steady. Harper, I found something in the woods. Looks like a fresh grave. Her smile didn't waver. It was a bright, fixed thing. Oh, no, you city folk do get spooked easily, don't you? She said, patting my arm with unnerving familiarity. Probably just an animal burrow, or some old roots the rain uncovered. This forest is ancient, full of little secrets. Don't let your imagination run away with you. It's all part of the Red Pine Challenge, conquering your fears. She glided away, leaving me with the cold certainty that she was lying. The camp song was becoming an insidious earworm. I heard it everywhere. Other campers humming it as they whittled sticks. Mia tapping out its rhythm on her knee as she studied the camp map. Even the wind in the pines sometimes seemed to carry fragments of its mournful melody. One afternoon, I was trying to repair a loose board on my cabin porch, and I realized with a jolt of pure, visceral horror, that I was humming it. Softly, unconsciously, the melody had seeped in. Rule number 3. When you catch yourself humming the camp song you've never heard before, you're becoming part of the camp's history. Later that evening, the mess hall was abuzz. Troy Walters was officially missing. His GoPro, however, had been found near the creek, tucked inside his abandoned backpack, still switched on, its battery almost dead. Harper had it. She played the last recoverable clip for a few of us. A glitchy, terrifying few seconds. It showed Troy, his eyes glassy and unfocused, humming that damn camp song, a shovel I didn't recognize slung over his shoulder. He was walking into the deepest part of the woods, following a tall, shadowy figure, whose clothes seemed to ripple and shift, like they were from no discernible era. The figure turned slightly, just before the clip ended in a burst of static, and for a horrifying instant, it looked like one of the veteran campers Troy had been so excited about. Harper's official explanation for Troy's disappearance was infuriatingly glib. It seems our young adventurer decided the Red Pine Challenge was a bit too challenging, she announced at the morning briefing, her smile unwavering. He packed his bags and headed home last night. Such a shame. He had real potential. His expensive camera gear, his backpack, all gone, according to Harper. Mia and I exchanged a look. We didn't believe a word of it. The image from that corrupted video file, Troy, zombie feed, following that shifting figure, was burned into my mind. Driven by a gnawing fear, Mia and I started our own quiet investigation. We tried to find the veteran campers Troy had spoken of. We'd see them occasionally, always on the fringes of the camp, always solitary or in pairs, never interacting with the newer arrivals unless approached. They were unsettlingly quiet, their clothes a strange amalgam of faded outdoor gear from what looked like the 70s, 80s, even earlier. When we tried to talk to them, their answers were vague, disconnected. Asked how long they'd been at Camp Red Pine. One woman with hollow eyes, and a dress that looked like it belonged in the 1960s. Photo album simply smiled a vacant smile and said, "Since the song first found my heart." Another, a gaunt man in a tattered flannel shirt, just stared past us and whispered, "The Pines remember everything, even the names we forget. They seem to be fading." Their features lacked definition, their skin an almost translucent, papery texture. It was as if the camp was slowly erasing them, like old photographs left too long in the sun. The atmosphere in the camp grew heavier, more oppressive. The subtle hum from the earth was more noticeable now, especially at night. A low, resonant thrum that you felt in your teeth. Whispers seemed to skitter through the trees, just at the edge of hearing, sometimes like children crying, sometimes like distorted fragments of the camp song being sung by a multitude of off-key voices. More campers reported waking with dirt under their fingernails, a growing shared dread spreading through our dwindling numbers. Several simply weren't at breakfast one morning. No announcement from Harper, just empty bunks. Mia was struggling. The camp song had taken a deeper root in her. She hummed it almost constantly now, a low, mournful undertone to everything she did. Her medical training warred with the creeping, inexplicable horror. She'd started a new journal, obsessively trying to transcribe the lyrics of the camp song. But she complained that they shifted, that verses she was sure she'd heard were now different, or gone entirely. "It's like it's rewriting itself in my head, Noah," she'd confided, her eyes wide with a fear that mirrored my own. One evening, she told me about a dream she'd had. She was in a vast underground chamber, surrounded by countless children, all of them singing the camp song, their voices beautiful and heartbreakingly sad, their small hands caked with earth. The next morning, Mia was more distracted than usual. She mentioned needing to find a specific type of moss for the poultice, something an old camper had told her about. Later, on a small rotted wooden signpost, half buried in the pine needles near the first fresh grave I had discovered. It was almost completely illegible. but I could just make out a few heavily weathered hand-carved letters. Jacob R. And below it, even fainter, a date, 1998. I remembered Harper's list of previous winners who successfully completed the challenge. Jacob R. had been on it, supposedly from just a few years ago. But this grave, this marker, felt ancient. The wood was crumbling, the carving style archaic. The wood was crumbling, the carving style archaic. A cold dread spread through me. How many layers of lies was this camp built upon? More empty bunks, more forced smiles from Harper. 2 more campers, a young couple who'd been inseparable, vanished after the girl had been heard obsessively humming the camp song for a full day. Her eyes glazed over. Mia and I, driven by a grim necessity, found their resting places not far from Jacob R.'s. 2 fresh mounds of earth, side by side, nestled amongst the ancient pines. No markers this time. Just the raw, silent testimony of the disturbed soil. Our group of 20-odd campers had dwindled to less than half that. The air of forced adventure was gone, replaced by a quiet, gnawing terror. "This isn't a game, Harper," I said, cornering her by the cold embers of the morning's cook fire. Mia stood beside me, pale but resolute, though I could hear the faint, almost inaudible hum of the camp song on her breath. "People are disappearing. We're finding graves." Harper Quinn finally dropped the mask. The bright, senior camper smile vanished, replaced by a look of bone-deep weariness, her hazel eyes suddenly centuries old. "Camp Red Pine has its own needs, Noah," she said, her voice a low, tired whisper. "Its own rhythm. It has a long, long history, and some are chosen to become a permanent part of that story. You could even call it an honor, of a sort." She looked from me to Mia, a flicker of something unreadable. Pity, resignation, in her gaze, curiosity, and denial. They bury more than just cats around here. Some songs just demand to be finished. Her warning was no longer veiled. That night, while Harper was ostensibly leading a night navigation exercise for the few remaining newer campers, a ludicrous idea given the circumstances, Mia and I broke into her senior camper cabin. It was surprisingly Spartan, almost monk-like, but a heavy, bolted wooden chest sat in the corner. It took us a while, but we managed to pry it open. Inside was a chilling testament to Camp Red Pine's true nature. Dozens of small personal trinkets. A tarnished silver locket, a pair of cracked sunglasses, a child's plastic dinosaur, a single pearl earring, dog tags from different eras, faded photographs of smiling faces. All strangers, all long gone. And then Harper's own original Camp Red Pine ID card, dated 1983. The photo was of a scared, hopeful-looking teenager with Harper's eyes. Beside it, a tattered, water-stained journal, also from 1983. We read it by the flickering light of my flashlight. Harper's early entries detailed her excitement, then her growing unease, the strange rules, the disappearances, the insidious song, then a terrified account of her first encounter with something she called the Songkeeper, a presence in the woods, a voice in the earth that demanded adherence. The final, tear-blotched entry spoke of a terrible, whispered bargain. "It wants voices," she'd written. "It wants the song to go on. If I help, if I keep the melody alive, I don't have to fade. I don't have to be forgotten underground." Mia let out a small, choked sob. The camp song was stronger on her breath now, almost a discernible melody. She clutched her head. It's so beautiful, Noah," she whispered, her eyes unfocused. "The children, they're calling for me. They want me to sing with them." She stood up, her movements jerky, puppet-like. "Mia, no!" I grabbed her arm, but she pulled away with surprising strength. "It's okay," she said, a strange, serene smile on her face. "It's time for my verse." She walked out of the cabin, not towards the main camp, but directly into the deepest, darkest part of the woods, humming the camp song in a clear, sweet voice. I tried to follow, but Harper was suddenly there, blocking the cabin door, her face a mask of cold implacability. "Let her go, Noah," she said, her voice devoid of all warmth. "She is accepting her part in the chorus. It's peaceful for them in the end." Once they stopped fighting the music, from the direction Mia had gone, I heard it. A chorus of children's voices, pure and haunting, joining Mia's. The sound was achingly beautiful and utterly terrifying. The songkeeper was calling its own. Devastated, my mind reeling, I stumbled back to the chest. My flashlight beam fell on one last item tucked beneath Harper's journal, an old, cracked photograph, sepia-toned, showing a group of smiling campers in clothes from what looked like the 1970s, posing by the camp's main archway. In the background, standing slightly apart, was a much younger-looking Harper Quinn, barely a teenager, already wearing the senior camper badge. And next to her, his arm awkwardly around her shoulder, looking uneasy even then, was a boy with a familiar, lopsided grin. My blood turned to ice. It was my older brother, Daniel. Years before his official death, years before I was even born, already a part of Camp Red Pine's cursed history. The photograph of Daniel, my brother, standing beside a teenage Harper in some lost decade, shattered something inside me. It wasn't just a camp, a game, a curse anymore. It was personal. It had always been personal. The songkeeper's tendrils reached further, deeper than I could have ever imagined, entwining my own past with this nightmarish present. Mia was gone, absorbed into its sorrowful chorus. Troy was a ghost in a corrupted video file. Danielle had been one of its earliest verses. And I, Noah Reyes, was slated to be the next. Rage, cold and clear, cut through the fog of fear. Harper had to be stopped. The songkeeper had to be silenced. But how do you fight a song? How do you kill a memory woven into the very soil and roots of a place? My mind, a chaotic jumble of grief and adrenaline, snagged on a detail from Harper's 1983 journal. A passing mention of the old Camp Rec Hall, a place she'd been warned to avoid, a place where the original camp elders used to store the old music. It was a long shot, a desperate gamble, but it was all I had. If the song was the poison, perhaps its source was the antidote, or the detonator. The rec hall was a dilapidated, collapsing structure on the far edge of the camp, half swallowed by the encroaching forest. The door hung crookedly on one rusted hinge. Inside, the air was thick, with the smell of mildew, decaying paper, and something else, that same faint, cloying sweetness I'd noticed in the mess hall. Stronger here, like concentrated, solidified sorrow. Moonlight lanced through holes in the rotting roof, illuminating dust motes dancing in the dead air. And in the center of the room, covered by a tattered canvas sheet, was a hand-cranked phonograph, its brass horn tarnished and green. Beside it, a single thick shellac record in a plain brown sleeve. The label, handwritten in faded spidery ink, read, "Red Pine Anthem, Original Master Recording, 1923. Do not play." This was it, the songkeeper's heart. As I reached for the record, a voice, soft and dangerously calm, spoke from the shadows. "I wouldn't do that if I were you, Noah." Harper Quinn stepped into a sliver of moonlight, her face unreadable. The youthful mask was gone, replaced by an ancient, profound weariness. Her eyes, though, held a desperate, almost feral gleam. "You knew about my brother," I accused, my voice tight. "He was one of them, wasn't he? One of your sacrifices." Harper's expression didn't change. Dania was a strong voice, He sang beautifully for many seasons. Her words were like shards of ice in my gut. The songkeeper remembers him fondly, as it will remember Mia, as it will remember you. If you cooperate, I spat, by letting you feed more innocent people to this thing, so you can keep living your stolen life. It's not stolen, she hissed, her composure finally cracking, revealing the raw desperation beneath. It's preserved, maintained. Do you think I enjoy this, Noah? Do you think I wanted to become this relic? I was like you. I came here for a summer, for fun. And then the song. It got inside. The songkeeper. It doesn't like silence. If the new verses stop, if the chorus thins, it turns on those of us who remain. It reclaims its due. Her voice dropped to a terrified whisper. It starts to unsing you. You fade. You forget. And then, you're just another whisper in the pines. She took a step closer. Don't break the record, Noah. It won't stop the songkeeper. It will only enrage it. It will unravel everything. Everyone who still has a thread of themselves left here. It's better this way. A new voice, a fresh verse. The cycle continues. Is order of a kind. There's no order in this nightmare, I said, my hand closing around the record. As my fingers touched its cold, smooth surface, the record itself seemed to groan. The faint, subterranean hum I'd grown accustomed to swelled into a deafening vibrational thrum that resonated in my chest. My bones. The air grew heavy, thick with the scent of damp earth, pine resin, and 1,000 forgotten sorrows. From the walls, from the floor, from the very air around us, the voices began. Not just children this time. Men, women, their voices overlapping, a discordant, overwhelming chorus, all humming that same insidious, inescapable camp song. The fading campers, those hollow-eyed remnants I'd seen on the trails, began to shuffle into the rec hall from the surrounding darkness, drawn by the sound, their movements jerky, their eyes vacant, fixed on the phonograph. Harper lunged for me, her face a mask of primal terror. No, you'll doom us all, I sidestepped her, adrenaline surging. The songkeeper was manifesting, its presence a crushing weight, a vortex of sound and sorrow. The faded campers were closing in, their hands outstretched, not to attack, but to touch the music, to reclaim their place in the chorus. My mind was under assault, the camp song a battering ram against the walls of my sanity. I saw flashes. Daniel, younger, laughing by a campfire. Mia, her eyes distant, humming as she walked into the woods. Troy, his face a rictus of confusion, digging his own grave. I had to break the cycle, not just for me, but for Daniel, for Mia, for all of them. Harper grabbed my arm, her nails digging into my flesh. It will unmake you, Noah. You'll be nothing. But then another voice cut through the cacophony, a memory, sharp and clear. A memory, sharp and clear. Daniel, years ago on that last disastrous camping trip, teaching me a stupid off-key song he'd made up, a song about resilience, about finding your way even in the darkest woods. A song of our own. With a roar, I wrenched free from Harper. With a roar, I wrenched free from Harper. I didn't smash the record. Smashing it felt too easy, too much like what the songkeeper might expect. Another verse of destruction in its endless song of sorrow. Instead, fueled by a desperate, insane hope, I cranked the handle of the ancient phonograph, placed the heavy needle onto the shellac disc, and as the first scratchy, mournful notes of the Red Pine Anthem, 1923, began to fill the groaning hall, I started to sing, loudly, defiantly. Not its song, my song, Daniel's song. The effect was instantaneous and horrifying. The two melodies clashed, a dissonant, screeching battle of sound waves. The songkeeper screamed, a sound that was 1,000 voices tearing themselves apart, a sound of pure, unadulterated agony. The faded campers clutched their heads, some collapsing, their forms flickering and dissolving like disturbed smoke. Harper shrieked, her youthful features contorting, aging in fast forward, her skin wrinkling, her hair turning to ash, her stolen time unraveling with terrifying speed. The silence, she screamed, her voice cracking into an old woman's rasp. It can't bear the silence between its notes. She lunged for the phonograph, but it was too late. The rec hall began to tear itself apart. Timbers splintered, the floor buckled, the very air seemed to fracture. The songkeeper, its melody broken, its power disrupted, was imploding. And in the heart of that temporal sonic vortex, I saw it, not a creature, but an absence, a void shaped like a hollow tree, its roots made of entangled, screaming human forms, its branches ending in skeletal, beckoning hands. Harper, now a withered crone, was pulled screaming into that void, dissolving into a final sorrowful note. I knew I had to escape, but as the rec hall disintegrated around me, a single, clear thought pierced through the chaos. The songkeeper fed on memory, on the continuity of its song. To truly break it, perhaps a part of my song, my strongest anchor to my own past, had to be left behind. A final, discordant note to shatter its composition. My St. Christopher medal, the one Daniel had given me on that last trip, the one I'd never taken off. With a sob, I tore it from my neck and threw it into the screaming, imploding heart of the songkeeper, just as the roof caved in, plunging everything into a roaring, consuming darkness. I came to amidst the splintered ruins of the rec hall, choking on dust and the acrid smell of something anciently burned. The oppressive vibrational hum of the songkeeper was gone. The air, for the first time since I'd arrived at Camp Red Pine, felt empty, clean even, but the silence was vast, profound, and in its own way, terrifying. It was the silence of a battlefield after the last shot has been fired, the silence of a story abruptly, violently ended. My head throbbed. My memories of the final moments in the rec hall were fractured, dreamlike. The cacophony of warring songs, Harper's horrifying de-aging, the sight of that thing at the heart of the songkeeper, and the medal, Daniel's medal. I clutched at my neck. It was bare. The phantom weight of it was an ache, a hollow echo. Had it worked? Had that final, desperate offering been enough? I staggered to my feet. The rec hall was a skeleton, its roof caved in, its walls leaning at drunken angles. The phonograph was smashed, the record shattered into 1,000 pieces. Of Harper, of the faded campers, there was no sign, only dust, debris, and the scent of very old, very disturbed earth. The rest of Camp Red Pine was similarly undone. Cabins stood empty, their doors ajar, a fine layer of dust already settling on their abandoned contents. The mess hall was silent, the long tables bare. The bonfire pit was a circle of cold gray ash. It was as if the newer campers, the ones who hadn't been fully consumed, had simply ceased to exist when the songkeeper's influence shattered. A reset from this timeline, perhaps. Or maybe they'd just run, like any sane person would. I hoped it was the latter. Of Mia there was no trace, only the faint, lingering scent of pine and sorrow in the air near the spot where she'd walked into the woods. I was alone, utterly alone. The forest surrounding the campsite was just forest. The ancient pines stood tall and indifferent, their secrets now seemingly locked away, their malevolent sentience gone. The trails were overgrown, indistinct, as if years of disuse had settled upon them in a matter of hours. It took me the better part of a day to stumble my way out of the Red Pine Valley and onto a rarely used logging road. My story, when I finally managed to flag down a bewildered trucker, was a rambling, incoherent mess of haunted songs, impossible rules, and a camp that shouldn't exist. He probably thought I was on drugs, or worse. He dropped me at the nearest desolate bus station with a $20 bill and a pitying look. Back in the mundane world, the disbelief was a suffocating blanket. There were no official records of a Camp Red Pine operating any survival game in recent years. The land, according to county archives, I later obsessively researched, had belonged to a defunct logging company and was slated to become part of a state wilderness preserve. It had been officially closed to the public since a series of unfortunate accidents and disappearances in the late 1980s. The $10,000 prize had been a ghost, a phantom lure, just like everything else about that place. Troy Walters and the other missing campers, they were just missing. Statistics on a long list of people who wander into the Appalachians and are never seen again. Mia Tran, her concerned parents had filed a missing person report weeks ago when she hadn't checked in from her wilderness adventure. Daniel was still dead, officially, from a hiking fall years ago. My experience at Red Pine hadn't changed that history. It had only added a horrifying, unbelievable footnote that only I could read. Years passed. 5. Then 10. The sharp edges of the horror dulled, as even the most terrible memories eventually must. But they never truly faded. I built a life of sorts. A quiet one. I worked as a night librarian in a sleepy university town, surrounded by the hushed rustle of turning pages and the comforting scent of old paper. A scent that, on bad nights, still carried a faint phantom undertone of decay and damp earth. I avoided pine forests. I never, ever hummed unfamiliar tunes, and I always checked my fingernails in the morning, a ritual I couldn't abandon, even though they were always clean. The silence that the songkeeper left behind was its own kind of haunting. In the deep quiet of the library stacks, or in the pre-dawn stillness of my small apartment, I'd sometimes catch myself listening for a note out of place, a whisper on the edge of hearing. The absence of the song was almost as loud as its presence had been. One crisp autumn afternoon, I was browsing a dusty second-hand bookstore. A rare indulgence. My fingers brushed against a slim, leather-bound volume of local folklore from a neighboring state, one known for its deep, undeveloped woodlands. Idly, I flipped it open. A chapter caught my eye. The Whispering Glades of Hemlock Creek, a ballad of lost souls. The text described an old, abandoned logging camp, deep in the mountains, a place where unwary travelers were said to become ensnared by the sad old songs of the valley, their voices eventually joining the eternal chorus of the lost. Attached to the page with a rusty paperclip was a faded amateur photograph of a dilapidated wooden archway, almost invisible beneath a tangle of kudzu. Carved into the arch, barely legible, were the words, "Echo Pine's Retreat, find your verse." A cold dread, familiar and sickening, washed over me. Echo Pines, Red Pine. The names were different, but the chilling resonance was the same. That evening, unable to shake the feeling, I found myself searching online. Echo Pine's Retreat, Wilderness Immersion Experience, substantial cash incentive. The promotional website was slick, modern, full of smiling, brightly clad young people hiking and laughing around a bonfire. It promised a chance to reconnect with ancient traditions and discover the song within yourself. And there on the Meet Our Team page was a photograph of the lead wilderness guide and camp director, a young woman, early 20s, with bright, impossibly enthusiastic hazel eyes and a smile that didn't quite reach them. Her name was listed as Holly Meadows, but It wasn't her name that made my blood run cold. It was the small, almost unnoticeable pin fastened to the lapel of her carefully vintage flannel shirt, a small, tarnished silver pine cone. The Camp Red Pine Senior Camper badge. The songkeeper hadn't been destroyed. It had merely relocated, found a new grove, a new name, a new, eager senior camper to conduct its endless sorrowful score. The cycle was not broken. Perhaps it could never be broken. Perhaps places like Red Pine, like Echo Pines, were wounds in the world, and the songkeeper was the infection that always eventually returned. I closed the laptop, my hands shaking. Outside my window, the wind sighed through the skeletal branches of the city maple trees, and for a fleeting, terrifying instant, I thought I heard it. A faint, almost inaudible melody. The opening bars of a song I knew too well. A song of deep woods and lost souls, and a history that never truly ended. The silence in my apartment was no longer empty. It was waiting for the next verse. Most people think a motel is just a place to sleep. They're wrong. Welcome to the Westcraft Motel, a forgotten stain on the desert, where the vacancy sign means more than just an empty room. My name is Jared Cole, and I came here to disappear. Instead, I found myself living by 3 strange rules just to survive the night shift. What's the creepiest hotel or motel you've ever stayed in? Tell me in the comments below. And if you're brave enough to check in, subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules and ring that bell. Because at the Westcraft, you're not just a guest, you're an exhibit. The night shift begins. Now it's been 6 months. And sometimes, when the desert wind shifts just right, I swear I can still smell the bleach, sharp and sterile, failing to mask that other scent. An undercurrent of something coppery and cloyingly sweet. I guess you could say I needed a place to lay low, to let the dust settle after my previous career imploded. So I took the night clerk job at the Westcraft Motel, a forgotten stain on a sun-baked stretch of Arizona asphalt. They handed me a greasy laminated card, along with the room keys, listing 3 rules for after-hours staff. I almost laughed, thinking it was some local prank, until the old nightman, eyes hollow as spent cartridges, muttered something about the guy before him not quite making it to see the sunrise after ignoring Rule 1. The Westcraft was a corpse baking under the relentless Arizona sun. Peeling paint hung like sunburnt skin from its faded stucco walls. Half the letters on its neon sign were dark, the remaining ones buzzing like dying wasps, casting a sickly pinkish glow over the cracked asphalt of the parking lot as twilight bled across the vast, empty sky. The silence here wasn't peaceful. It was predatory, the kind that amplified the frantic thumping of your own heart. Mason Creek, the manager, materialized from the shadowy depths of the back office as I stepped into the lobby. He was a man in his late 40s, built like a starved coyote, with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. Those eyes, pale and depthless, seemed to register everything and reveal nothing. Jared Cole, I presume, he said, his voice smooth, almost unnervingly calm. Welcome to the Westcraft. End of the line for some, new beginning for others. He slid the aforementioned laminated card across the faux wood counter. Just a few local customs to keep in mind. Helps things run smoothly. I picked it up. The cheap plastic was grimy. Never give guests the key to room 237. It's been occupied since 1963. If a guest asks for extra towels soaked in blood, provide them without question. If you find children's drawings under the beds, burn them before the children come looking. I looked up at Mason, expecting a smirk, a wink. There was nothing but that flat, placid gaze. Occupied since 63, I asked, forcing a skeptical chuckle. Long-term tenant, Mason replied, his expression unchanging. He gestured to a dusty, old-fashioned key rack behind the counter. The slot for 237 was conspicuously empty. You'll find the Special request towels in the linen closet. Bottom shelf, clearly marked. And there's an incinerator out back for any artwork. He made it sound as mundane as taking out the trash. My first few hours were a study in forced normalcy. A handful of truckers, road-weary and taciturn, checked in. The hum of the ancient air conditioner, the drone of the highway in the distance, the occasional flicker of the lobby lights. All things I could rationalize. Then around 10, a gaunt woman with eyes like burnt holes in a blanket drifted in. She didn't ask for a room, just stood by the faded tourist brochures, her gaze fixed on the key rack. She lingered for an unnervingly long time, then simply wasn't there anymore. I hadn't seen her leave. When I went to straighten the brochures, I found a small, folded piece of paper tucked among them. Unfolding it, my stomach gave a little lurch. It was a child's drawing, a crude black crayon stick figure with wide, staring eyes. Just the eyes. The desert night pressed in, vast and indifferent. The silence deepened, broken only by the creak and groan of the old motel settling around me like a dying beast. I found myself jumping at shadows, the hum of the ice machine sounding like a guttural whisper. I told myself it was just the isolation, the strangeness of the place, my own frayed nerves after everything. Midnight, the cheap plastic clock on the wall clicked over with an almost judgmental finality. And as if on cue, she appeared. She hadn't opened the door. She was simply there, standing before the counter. A figure coalesced from the lobby's dim, flickering shadows. It was the same woman from earlier, or a version of her, her features still indistinct, her presence exuding a chill that had nothing to do with the struggling air conditioner. "Room 237, please," she said, her voice a dry whisper, like sand sifting through bone. My heart hammered against my ribs. Rule 1. Never give guests the key to room 237. "I'm sorry, ma'am." I managed my own voice, sounding strained and distant. "That room, it's unavailable. Long-term maintenance." She didn't argue, didn't frown or sigh. She just stared, her eyes lost in the shadow of her face, seemed to fix on something just beyond me. The silence stretched, taut and suffocating. Then I noticed her hands resting on the laminate counter, or rather, the lack of their impression. The overhead fluorescent light, buzzing fitfully, cast my own distinct shadow across the worn surface. Her hands, pale and still, cast none, not a flicker, not a smudge of gray. I blinked, thinking it was a trick of the light, of my tired eyes. When I looked again, she was gone, vanished as silently and completely as before. My breath shuttered out. I ran a hand over my face. It was clammy with cold sweat. Later, around 2 a.m., while doing a reluctant walk around of the exterior, I met Elise Monroe. She was huddled in the driver's seat of a beat-up sedan parked at the far end of the lot. A thin blanket pulled up to her chin despite the lingering heat. She was supposed to be the morning housekeeper, but she looked like she hadn't slept properly in weeks. Dark circles ringed her eyes. "Generatos acting up again," I offered, trying to sound casual as I fiddled with the main breaker box on the exterior wall, which had inexplicably tripped, plunging the lonely motel sign and half the parking lot lights into darkness. The heavy-duty backup generator was taking an agonizingly long time to wheeze to life. Elise just stared out at the shadowed motel rooms. Some nights it's better not to be inside," she murmured, her voice barely audible. She pulled the blanket tighter, especially if you're tempted to look where you shouldn't, like under the beds. Her gaze was distant, unfocused, as if seeing something I couldn't. The backup generator finally roared, flooding the area with a stark, unreliable light, but the chill her words left lingered long after. The following nights, the dread became a constant companion, a cold knot in my gut. I started hearing whispers, faint and sibilant, seemingly from the vents or from within the walls of empty rooms, words I couldn't quite make out, like secrets being shared just beyond my hearing. The shadows in the long, dim corridors seemed to lengthen and writhe when I wasn't looking directly at them. My skepticism was eroding, replaced by a gnawing, primal fear. The request for the towels came on a Thursday. A man I hadn't seen check in, though he had a key to room 113, clutched in a white-knuckled grip, stumbled to the counter. His eyes were wide, bloodshot, darting around as if expecting something to leap from the shadows. He was sweating profusely, despite the chill that always seemed to cling to the lobby. "Towels," he rasped, leaning heavily on the counter, his breath coming in ragged gasps. "Need extra towels." He paused, swallowing hard, his gaze flicking towards the darkened hallway behind him. The ones soaked in bee blood." Rule. My mind reeled. This couldn't be real, but the sheer terror in the man's eyes, the tremor in his voice was horribly convincing. I remembered Mason's deadpan instructions, the locked cabinet in the linen closet, clearly marked. Numbly, robotically, I retrieved them. They were in vacuum-sealed plastic bags, a stack of them. The towels inside were a dark, disturbing crimson, and even through the plastic I could smell it. The sharp, metallic tang of iron, overlaid with that same sickly sweet undertone I'd catch whiffs of around the motel. It was repellent. The man snatched the bags from my unresisting fingers, his eyes darting back towards room 113. And then he was gone, scurrying back down the hall like a frightened animal. The lobby was silent again, save for the buzzing lights and the lingering, nauseating scent of old blood. The next day, Tommy Baird started, 17, eager, and full of the kind of oblivious curiosity that felt dangerous. In a place like the Westcraft, Mason introduced him as the new summer intern, here to learn the ropes of hospitality. Tommy was immediately fascinated by the motel's rundown charms and the whispers of local legends he'd apparently already picked up. He kept asking about room 237, about any weird stories. Mason would deflect his questions with that unnerving calm, but I saw a flicker in his eyes, something cold and appraising as he watched the boy. That evening, as I was restocking the ancient vending machine in the corridor near the ice machine, I heard it. Faint, but unmistakable. Children's laughter, coming from room 212. A room I knew for a fact was vacant, its door securely locked, its key on the rack. The laughter was light, playful, but there was an edge to it. Something not right. I froze, the sound prickling my skin, when I forced myself to press my ear to the door. The laughter stopped abruptly. I unlocked it, heart pounding, and peered inside. Empty. Dust motes dancing in the single shaft of moonlight from the grimy window, but the air inside was bitingly cold, far colder than the struggling AC could manage. And for a moment, I thought I saw small, fleeting shadows dart just out of sight near the far wall. Tommy's fascination with the Westcraft secrets, particularly room 237, quickly became an obsession. He'd loiter near its corridor, pestering me with questions I couldn't or wouldn't answer. I tried to warn him off, tried to convey the genuine sense of unease the place instilled without sounding insane. He just grinned, thinking I was playing along with some local spook story. The first drawing Elise found, she came to the front desk late one morning, her face paler than usual, her hands trembling. "Room 109, she whispered, shoving a crumpled piece of paper towards me. "Under the bed. You have to burn it, Jared. Now!" It was a child's drawing, crayon on cheap motel stationery. Stick figures crudely rendered, their faces contorted in expressions of terror. Above them, a large, amorphous black shadow with too many eyes loomed. It was deeply unsettling. Burn it? Elisa, what? They'll come looking for it, she insisted, her voice cracking. The children, they always do. If they find it, it's worse. She wouldn't elaborate, just kept repeating that I had to burn it, her eyes wide with a terror that was utterly convincing. I was still hesitating, the pragmatist in me warring with a growing dread, when Mason appeared, taking the drawing from my hand with a sigh. Best to humor these little traditions, Jared, he said, his voice smooth. He took it out back to the incinerator himself. His complicity, his casual acceptance was almost as disturbing as Elisa's fear. Then Tommy Baird vanished. One afternoon, he was there, ostensibly sweeping the already grimy walkway outside the rooms in the 200 wing. The wing containing concealed room 237. The next morning, he was gone. No note, no sign of him. No sign of him. His meager belongings were still in the small staff room he'd been assigned. Officer Darnell Price, the local police chief, came by. He was a large, slow-moving man with tired, uninterested eyes. He took a cursory look around, asked a few perfunctory questions, and declared Tommy a likely runaway. Kids these days, he'd said with a dismissive shrug. No sense of responsibility. He'll turn up. His lack of urgency, his almost bored indifference, felt profoundly wrong. There was a faint, persistent smell of something sweet and chemical on his uniform, like cheap air freshener trying to mask something else. That night, the motel felt charged, the silence thick with anticipation. I was in Tommy's designated staff break room, a small, windowless cubicle in the back, looking for anything, any clue he might have left, when my foot kicked something under the narrow cot. Another drawing. This one was fresh, the colors vivid, almost wet. It was an interior, unmistakably room 237 from the angle. A single bed, a dresser, a window looking out on a blackness. In the corner of the room, a small, childlike figure, rendered in dark rusty red, beckoned with one hand. The paper felt warm. As I stared at it, a sudden frantic thumping erupted from inside the wall right behind the cot, as if something small and desperate was trying to claw its way out. My blood turned to ice. Rule 3, burn them before the children come looking. This was Tommy's. He must have drawn it. He'd been in 237. Before I could even process, Mason Creek appeared in the doorway, his face a mask of carefully constructed concern. Anything, Jared? He asked, his gaze flicking to the drawing in my hand, then to the wall where the thumping had just ceased. He bent down and picked up something from the dusty floor near the crawlspace access panel that led under the 200 wing. Tommy's laminated Westcraft Motel staff ID badge. Found this by the access grate, Mason said, his voice carefully neutral, but his eyes held an unreadable, almost predatory gleam. Looks like our young Mr. Baird was more adventurous than we thought. The discovery of Tommy's blood-red drawing and his ID badge by the crawlspace was like a key turning in a rusted, ancient lock. The Westcraft, always simmering with a low-grade malevolence, began to boil. The thumping from within the walls didn't stop. It spread, a frantic, desperate percussion, echoing from multiple rooms simultaneously, as if dozens of small trapped things were trying to break free. I know, Mr. Care, and she is sure the newer stress. Lights throughout the motel flickered and died, plunging entire corridors into Stygian blackness, before sputtering back to life with an angry buzz. The air grew heavy, saturated with the cloying sweetness of decay and the sharp tang of ozone, and woven through it, the faint, unmistakable sound of children's voices. Not laughter this time, but hushed, excited whispers, giggles that held no humor, and a soft, insistent crying that seemed to emanate from everywhere and nowhere at once. He didn't burn it. He didn't burn it. The whisper slithered from the air vents, a chorus of tiny accusatory voices. Tommy showed us. Now Jared knows. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold on to Tommy's drawing. That warm, almost throbbing sensation from the paper was intensifying. I had to burn it. Now. I stumbled towards the back door, towards the rusted incinerator, the whispers chasing me, growing louder, more demanding. More demanding. Don't let him. He has to see. He has to play. Suddenly, she was there, blocking the narrow passage to the back office, her form more substantial than before, the shadows around her seeming to solidify. The guest of room 237. Her face was still obscured, a blur of darkness, but I could now make out the distinct small silhouette of a child, no older than 10, her presence radiating an arctic chill and an ancient, bottomless sorrow. "My room," she whispered, her voice no longer a dry rustle, but a clear, cold, childish treble that cut through the cacophony. She took a hesitant step towards me, one small pale hand outstretched. "You have the key." Mason sighed. Mason promised. Mason. The name, spoken by this entity, sent a fresh jolt of ice through my veins. "I don't have the key," I stammered, backing away, clutching Tommy's drawing like a talisman. "It's occupied. It's always been occupied." A small, shadowy head tilted. "Liar," the whisper came, not from her, but from the walls, from the air, from the unseen children. "He knows the game." The entity lunged, surprisingly fast, her small, cold fingers brushing my arm. The touch was like being seared with dry ice. I recoiled, a strangled yelp escaping me, and bolted past her, shoving open the back door and scrambling towards the incinerator. The drawing felt like it was burning my hand. I fumbled with the incinerator's latch, threw the drawing inside, and fumbled for my lighter. With trembling fingers, I sparked it, the small flame catching the edge of the paper. As it ignited, a collective piercing shriek erupted from the motel, a sound of pure, unadulterated fury and pain that seemed to shake the very foundations of the building. The whispers ceased abruptly. The frantic knocking stopped. An unnatural ringing silence descended, heavier and more terrifying than the chaos it had replaced. When I stumbled back inside, the lobby was eerily still. The guest of room 237 was gone, but the chill she had left behind lingered, a palpable miasma of despair. And then I saw Mason Creek, standing by the front desk, calmly wiping down the already spotless countertop with a rag. He looked up as I entered, his usual bland smile in place. "Quiet bit of excitement, Jared," he said, his voice smooth as oil. "These old buildings, they have their tantrums. Tantrums." I was shaking, my voice hoarse. "Boona Mason, what the hell is going on here? Tommy's gone. That thing in the lobby. The drawings." Mason's smile didn't falter, but his eyes, those pale, depthless pools, hardened. Tommy Baird was a foolish young man who didn't respect the boundaries of this establishment. Some places, Jared, have rules for a reason. He chose to ignore them. He paused, his gaze intense. And some artwork is best disposed of promptly. You were a little slow on that, weren't you? The implication, the cold, knowing certainty in his voice, was a punch to the gut. "You knew," I whispered. "You knew what would happen." "I know the Westcraft, Jared," he said, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial murmur. "It has appetites, needs. It's an old place, with old wounds. Sometimes it just needs a little fresh stimulation to feel alive." He chuckled then, a dry, rasping sound that held no amusement, only a chilling, predatory satisfaction. And our guests, all of them, provide such fascinating reactions. It was then that Elise Monroe appeared, her face a mask of terror and dawning realization. She'd clearly heard some of the commotion. "Mason," she choked out, her eyes wide. "When he went missing, I saw you, near the 200 wing, by the crawl space. You weren't looking for him. You were watching." Mason's smile finally vanished, replaced by an expression of mild annoyance, like a scientist whose experiment had been disturbed. "Miss Monroe, your imagination is as vivid as ever, but I was seeing it now." Mason's uncanny foreknowledge, his calm amidst the chaos. Officer Price's deliberate indifference. The special request towels. The files I'd glimpsed through his briefly open office door earlier that week. Folders labeled with room numbers and dates, filled with what looked like observation notes, not guest registries. The pieces clicked into place with horrifying clarity. The supernatural was real here, yes. A festering wound. But Mason was the one holding the salt. An active, gleeful participant in the suffering. He wasn't just managing a haunted motel. He was curating a nightmare. "You're not just a manager," I said, my voice trembling with a mixture of fear and rage. "This place, it's some kind of lab for you, isn't it? You're studying us, provoking things." Mason tilted his head, a flicker of something like pride in his eyes. "Curiosity is a powerful motivator, Jared. For some, it leads to discovery. For others, he let a beat of silence hang in the air, thick with unspoken threat. Well, the Westcraft always has vacancies for those who push too hard." Suddenly, from the dark corridor leading to the 200 wing came a sound that chilled me to the marrow. Not a whisper, not a cry, but a low, collective skittering, like dozens of small, hard bodies dragging themselves across wooden floors. And then a child's giggle, cold and devoid of mirth, echoed from the shadows under the threadbare lobby sofa. "Hey, burned it," a tiny voice hissed, seemingly from right behind me. "But we're still hungry, and Mason always knows who to feed us." The temperature in the lobby plummeted. Small, shadowy shapes began to detach themselves from the deeper darkness under the furniture. From the corners of the ceiling, child-sized, but with eyes that glowed with a feral red light, the children I'd come looking. And Mason Creek, his face alight with a horrifying clinical interest, simply watched, a conductor ready to observe his orchestra of fear. The true, terrifying game had just begun. The air in the lobby crackled, thick with an unseen, malevolent energy. The small, shadowy children's shapes, their red eyes like burning cinders, skittered closer, their movements jerky and unnatural, like puppets on tangled strings. A low, collective chittering filled the room, the sound of tiny, sharp teeth and clicking, bony limbs. Elise let out a stifled scream and stumbled back, pressing herself against the reception counter. His eyes, usually so flat, now gleamed with a feverish academic excitement. "Fascinating," he breathed, his gaze darting between us and the encroaching child figures. The direct stimulus of a broken rule, followed by the correction. The transference of focus is quite remarkable. "You're insane," I snarled, my back pressed against the wall, my eyes scanning for any escape route. The main door seemed a mile away. "Sanity is such a subjective term, Jared," Mason replied, a thin smile playing on his lips. "I prefer to think of myself as a dedicated observer of the human condition under unique pressures." He took a small, deliberate step to the side, subtly clearing a path between the advancing child phantoms and us. It wasn't an act of mercy. It was a framing, like a biologist adjusting his specimens under a microscope. Hungry. The chorus of tiny voices hissed closer now. One of the shadows, bolder than the rest, darted forward, its small claw-like hand reaching for Elise's ankle. She cried out, kicking blindly. That's when Officer Darnell Price chose to make his entrance. Or rather, his re-entrance into the nightmare. The front doors burst open, and he ambled in, nightstick in hand, his face set in an expression of bored authority. Heard some kind of ruckus. Everything all right here, Mason? His gaze slid over us over the skittering, red-eyed shadows with an almost comical lack of alarm. Just a minor guest services issue, Darnell, Mason said smoothly. Mr. Cole and Miss Monroe were becoming a little overwrought. Price grunted. Some folks can't handle the night shift. He took a step towards us, his eyes, for the first time, showing a flicker of something other than indifference, a cold, reptilian calculation. Maybe you two should come down to the station, cool off, answer a few questions about young Tommy Baird. His hand rested on the butt of his holstered gun. The implication was clear. He was part of this. The sweet chemical scent I'd noticed on him before now reeked of complicity. The children phantoms paused, their red eyes swiveling between us and the new arrivals, as if uncertain of their primary target. It was a sliver of an opportunity. Elise, now, I yelled. I grabbed a heavy ceramic lamp from a nearby end table, one of the few solid objects in the lobby, and hurled it at Price. It caught him on the shoulder, making him grunt in surprise and stumble. In that instant, the motel itself seemed to choose a side, or perhaps simply escalate the chaos. The lights didn't just flicker. They exploded in a shower of sparks, plunging the lobby into near-total darkness, save for the hellish red glow of the children's eyes and the sickly pinkish light seeping in from the damaged Westcraft sign outside. A guttural roar, like the sound of tortured metal and splintering wood, erupted from the direction of room 237, followed by a spectral, chilling wail that seemed to vibrate the very floorboards. The enraged sorrow of its long-term occupant. Pushed too far. Mason shrieked, a high-pitched, terrified sound that was utterly unlike his usual calm demeanor. In the brief, chaotic flashes of red light, I saw one of the child phantoms, larger now, more defined, latch onto his leg, his tiny sharp teeth sinking into his calf. He stumbled, his face contorted in agony and disbelief. The observer had become the observed. The office, Elise screamed, grabbing my arm, pulling me towards the back. There's a fire escape route in Mason's files. I saw it once when I was cleaning. We plunged into the Stygian blackness of the corridor. The sounds of Mason's screams, Price's bellowed curses, and the unearthly shrieks of the motel's varied denizens echoing behind us. We found Mason's office door, kicked it open, and Elise, bless her terrified, resourceful soul, fumbled through his desk drawers in the dark. After an agonizing minute, she pulled out a rolled-up blueprint. Here, it was a desperate scramble through a narrow, dusty service corridor, down a rickety iron staircase that groaned under our weight, and finally, out through a rusted, refuse-choked emergency exit, into the cool, indifferent silence of the Arizonas of the Arizona. Desert night. Behind us, the Westcraft Motel was a symphony of horrors. A single window on an upper floor, room 237, glowing with an intense, pulsating, sorrowful blue light. The sounds from within were no longer distinct, just a cacophony of inhuman rage and pain. We didn't stop running until the first rays of dawn painted the distant mountains in shades of blood and gold. We found Mason's logbook clutched in Elise's hand, snatched in the chaos. It wasn't a guest registry. It was a meticulously kept journal of cruelty, detailing decades of fear, conditioning experiments, coded subject numbers that corresponded to room numbers and tragic terminations. His notes on the indigenous supernatural phenomena of the Westcraft site described it as a perfectly primed incubator. The last entry, dated the day before, read, Subject JC, Jared Cole, shows promising levels of ingrained skepticism mixed with high anxiety. Potential for significant baseline alteration. The Room 237 entity seems particularly drawn to his specific trauma signature. Tower request successfully initiated. Drawing protocol to be observed for subject TB, Tommy Baird. Tomorrow, the motel hadn't just been haunted. It had been weaponized, and she's done at INEC at Mauritius. The state police listened, of course. Their faces were a mixture of professional sympathy and barely concealed disbelief. We had the logbook, damning as it was, but Mason Creek, if he was even still alive, was gone. Officer Donnell Price, when questioned, claimed he'd responded to a disturbance call, found the motel in chaos, and that we, Mr. Cole and Miss Monroe, were clearly suffering from severe psychological distress, possibly drug-induced. He was a pillar of his small community. We were transient nobodies. The file was eventually closed due to lack of credible evidence and the disappearance of key persons of interest. The Westcraft Motel was condemned, fenced off, a decaying monument to unspeakable things. Locals said that on still nights, you could still hear strange sounds from within its boarded-up shell. A child crying, a low, angry hum, sometimes even faint, tinny music. No one went near it. Eliza moved to Oregon, as far from the desert and its poisoned memories as she could get. We talked sometimes. Hushed, late-night calls where we didn't need to explain the silences or the tremors in our voices. She said she sometimes dreamed of red eyes watching her from under her bed. I tried to disappear again, this time into the anonymity of a big city. I found a third-shift job in a warehouse. The quiet hum of machinery, a welcome, mindless drone. But the Westcraft had left its mark, a cold spot in my soul that never quite thawed. The rules, I found, had a way of sticking with you. I'd find myself meticulously checking under my bed before daring to sleep. The sight of red towels in a department store could trigger a wave of nausea and children's drawings. I couldn't look at them without a visceral, chilling unease. One evening, about a year after our escape, I was leaving my small, rented room for my shift. Tucked under my door, as if delivered by an unseen hand, was a folded piece of cheap, lined paper. My heart seized. With trembling fingers, I unfolded it. It was a child's drawing. A crude, black crayon stick figure with wide, staring eyes, and beneath it, 3 neatly printed rules, the ink still looking faintly damp. Never answer the door after midnight if you hear a child weeping. If the shadows in your room begin to whisper your name, feed them a secret you've never told. If you find a new drawing under your pillow, you have 1 hour to pass it on to someone else before they come for you. I looked down the empty, dimly lit corridor of my apartment building. The silence was no longer comforting. It was watchful. The Westcraft was gone, but its influence, its twisted logic, its pact, it had found me. Or perhaps it had never truly let me go. There are always rules. There is always a vacancy. And somewhere, someone is always waiting to check you in. The only question is whether you'll learn to play the game before you become just another entry in the logbook. The last thing I saw before I had burned that new drawing, its edges already feeling disturbingly warm, was a footnote in tiny, almost invisible print at the bottom. Management is always recruiting.